Chapter 922. The two of them immediately turned into two streaks of scarlet light and charged into the volcanic lake, diving into the depths of the underground fire. The elegant man transformed from the divine wutong tree did not stop the two of them. He even turned a blind eye to their furious and hateful gazes. Instead, his gaze landed on Li Qingshan, and he vaguely felt a trace of familiarity. He couldn't help but feel curious, and took a few more glances. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and chased after them. The elegant man exclaimed in surprise. Those wings were no longer just familiarity, they couldn't be any more familiar. Wait, Li Qingshan brushed past him. He couldn't be bothered to form a relationship with the divine wutong tree at all. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to kill Zhu Fen and Zhu Zai here to prevent any future troubles. He passed through the boiling lake water and plunged into the scorching magma. A fiery world filled his eyes, and his gaze focused, locking onto Zhu Fen and Zhu Zai's auras. King Fen, his caught up. Should we? Zhu Zai's expression was vicious as she made a kill gesture. We've already been deeply poisoned. Don't get entangled with him, dive deeper, Zhu Fen said as he dove deeper into the magma. Zhu Zai could only give up on this plan. Li Qingshan similarly didn't want to fight them directly, or else it was very likely that they would perish together. When a hunter chased after an injured prey, the key was to chase, to prevent the prey from resting or recovering. Their wounds would continuously bleed until they were completely exhausted. Right now, he was playing the role of a hunter. He absolutely wouldn't give the two of them the chance to catch their breath to purge and suppress the poison in their bodies. He would definitely chase them to their deaths. In this violent sea of magma, one of them chased and the other fled as they dove deeper and deeper. Even in the ocean abyss, they had to endure tremendous water pressure, let alone the heavy magma. With every 3 meters they sank, the pressure would multiply. Gradually, large areas of burns also began to appear on Li Qingshan's body. Even though he had a portion of the phoenix bloodline, it was difficult for him to stop the corrosion of the fire poison. The flames burned his body, and the pain was indescribable. However, there was no hesitation in his eyes, because he believed that Zhu Fen and the others were similarly suffering. King Fen, he's still behind us. He wants us dead. Zhu Zai's lips turned green as she said through gritted teeth. She had the same injuries as Li Qingshan. Even though she was a natural fire spirit, there was a limit to her endurance. Moreover, up until now, she didn't have the chance to expel the poison at all. She could only use the environment of the lava to suppress it. Let's see how long he can keep up, Zhu Fen said angrily. Li Qingshan chased after him relentlessly. Even if his skin was burnt and his flesh was roasted, even if his eyes were hollow and his consciousness was blurred, he refused to give up. After an unknown period of time, the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the fugitives and the pursuers struggling in the endless sea of magma. Their speed had already decreased to the level of mortals, almost as if they were moving forward. This was not just because of the heavy pressure of the lava, but also because of the influence of the underground magnetic field. No spells could be used, and even their innate divine abilities were starting to lose their effect. They could only rely on their physique and willpower to hold on. That invisible power seemed to want to disintegrate and shatter the soul. King Fen, I can't hold on any longer. You should go. Zhu Zai stopped. She felt like her body was already on the brink of shattering. She could be crushed by the magma at any time, disintegrated by the magnetic field, and devoured by the poison. Don't admit defeat. We have to survive. We have to get revenge. Zhu Fen's situation was only slightly better. Even his communication became intermittent and extremely feeble. That kid really is extraordinary. When you get revenge, you have to be careful. As long as there's one person, the fire devourers aren't destroyed. Zhu Zai handed the fire tablet of earth to Zhu Fen after much difficulty. Go. I'll stop him. Zhu Fen was utterly furious. He gripped the fire tablet of earth firmly and left resolutely without even looking back. If he could not purge the poison soon, the fire devourers would truly be destroyed. Li Qingshan stopped too, confronting Zhu Zai from afar. A while later, He suddenly turned around and rose up as hard as he could. Zhu Zai continued to stand there without budging at all. She was like a statue, frozen in the sea of magma. In the distance, an earth bubble burst. When the shockwaves reached here, it was only a weak ripple. Her body shattered silently, leaving behind only her heart. The flames and the magnetic field purged the poison away, turning bright red like fire again, melting into the sea of fire. Fire Melt Mountain suddenly calmed down after the battle. After the storm passed through, it was an unbelievably clear, azure sky. Gong Yuan and the others gathered on the main peak again. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings, leaving them speechless for a moment. Although they all knew the brutality of war, only those who had personally experienced it would truly understand. Their cultivations were all existences that stood at the apex of the 9 provinces, but when they were caught up in a battle like this, they basically could not even preserve their lives. Right now, they felt like they had just survived a disaster. Compared to this, the clash between the South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Poison Cult can really be regarded as a small skirmish. Yi Duanhai sighed slightly inside. He could not help but reconsider whether to board the King of Southern Yu's war chariot or not. Once the 2 provinces went to war, the scale of the war would definitely be even greater. Master. Yu Wufeng rushed over and bowed towards Yi Duanhai. His clothes were scorched and tattered, and the forkbow sword in his hand had melted and twisted. As long as you're fine. Yi Duanhai revealed a rare smile. It's all thanks to the sea-splitting sword Qi Yu planted in me, Master. It's a pity that the forkbow sword has been destroyed. Yu Wufeng said in pity. Even now, he still felt lingering fear when he thought about it. When they attacked the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain from the north, they suffered a counterattack from the formation, and it was also the only time. It was rather hasty and casual, like sweeping away annoying moths. However, it was exactly that single counterattack that killed 6 of the 10 cave masters. They were all reduced to ashes in a single moment. Let alone fleeing, they basically did not even have the opportunity to react. The formations on the main peak had always been both offensive and defensive, and they possessed extremely great offensive power. However, it was impossible for it to disperse its power against the 3 Merfolk Kings' powerful attacks. It could only defend unilaterally. However, killing these cave masters was relatively easy. But clearly, the 3 fire-devouring kings were not particularly interested in killing them. They would just chase them away and leave it at that. Their attention was still focused on the main battlefield. If they had launched another 1 or 2 counterattacks, all 10 cave masters would have died here. As long as you're alive, you can just reforge your swords. Go meditate and purge the fire poison. Don't leave behind too many problems. Yes, Wufeng will be taking his leave. Yu Wufeng bowed and took his leave. He could not help but glance at the crater of the volcano. He also saw the elegant man in thought under the divine Wutong tree, fiddling around with the fire tablet of man in his hand. Gong Yuan and the others should have returned to the South Sea immediately. The reason why they had remained here was because they were waiting for Li Qingshan's return. If it were not for him, it would have been impossible for them to emerge victorious. His personal strength went without saying. Yi Duanhai and the Myriad Poison Ancestor had both come for him, while the Divine Nun of the South Sea had fought mostly because of Little Un's favor. Without the assistance of these 3 great cultivators, coming to Fire Melt Mountain would be suicide. Now that the battle had ended, it was obviously impossible for him to just leave. Ji Changfeng was delighted from getting his revenge, but he was also rather worried. Nothing will happen to the King of Savages, right? Don't worry. He's very tough. Gong Yuan stared straight at the bubbling volcanic lake below, but she could not help but glance at the divine Wutong tree from the corner of her eye. Once upon a time, she had also thought about breaching Fire Melt Mountain and cutting down the divine Wutong tree. However, she felt fortunate now. Fortunately, the divine Wutong tree did not stand on the fire devourer's side, or they really would be in danger of being completely wiped out this time. It was not because she had been careless, but the divine Wutong tree's presence was just too weak. Even the 72 demon kings in the past did not have this. It was as if it was devoted to being a tree, a spiritual root without any self-awareness, serving as the phoenix's nest. And, because of the strength and viciousness it had demonstrated just now, no one was bold enough to approach it and talk to it. The crater sprayed out a cloud of white steam. Under the clear sky, it was like a lone dragon, soaring into the distant, transparent sky. As it seemed, the volcanic lake would vanish before long, turning back into a lake of magma. Would he become the new master of this place after the phoenix and the fire devourers? As Gong Yuan pondered, there was a splash, and a figure flew out of the volcanic lake. Apart from the wings on its back that were as magnificent as before and the pair of ox horns that were as sharp as hooks, he was covered in horrific burns. Amitabha. May the Buddha protect us, the divine nun of the South Sea chanted softly. Ji Changfeng smiled. Sure enough, the heavens help the worthy. I'd be surprised if they died. Gong Yuan asked loudly, Little Li II, did you make them stay? I made one stay. It's a pity that Zhu Fen managed to escape. Li Qingshan smiled. Right when he was about to fly over and heal them, a figure suddenly flashed before him, grabbing his wrist. You're called Li Qingshan? That's right. What can I do for you, fellow? I wouldn't dare. I'm Feng Shiwu. I have some small matters that I'd like to ask for your guidance. Feng Shiwu let go of Li Qingshan's hand and tidied his clothes, bowing towards Li Qingshan. His bearing was noble and elegant, such that no one could find anything wrong with it. However, he gave off a cold, distant feeling. His expression was arrogant, making him seem rather condescending. Li Qingshan could sense that this attitude was not directed at him. Instead, it originated from the aloofness in his bones. Then, what is it, fellow? Do you have the bloodline of the phoenix? I do have a few. Very good. Feng Shiwu smiled. You've defeated the fire devourers. Do you want to take over Fire Melt Mountain and cultivate? That's right. I have an important mission for you. Huh? Li Qingshan was surprised. We seem to have only just met. I never expected this divine Wutong tree to be so familiar with him. However, he had originally been thinking about how he could establish a relationship with the divine Wutong tree. It would be best if he could obtain the phoenix's legacy, but he never thought it would go so smoothly. Though, you're far too tacky. You probably don't have the right. Feng Shiwu frowned slightly and studied Li Qingshan with a critical gaze. I still haven't agreed to it. So be it. The bloodline of the phoenix is far too difficult to find. Now that it's like this, I can only make do. Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh. Are you listening to me? Li Qingshan bellowed. Chapter 923. Li Qingshan exhaled and flew back to the volcano. After some treatment, he had basically made a full recovery on the surface, but his depleted vital energies could not be recovered in a short amount of time. He needed some time to recover. Seeing how Gong Yuan and the others were all in thought, he could not help but smile. Why's the atmosphere so heavy? We've won this battle. Fellow Ji has been avenged, Pavilion Master Yi has fulfilled his promise, and the Divine Nun has demonstrated the arts of Vinaya. As for your Majesty, there's no need to even mention it. The South Sea will no longer be at war, so why don't we laugh heartily and celebrate? Otherwise, if other people see it, they'll think we've lost. You're right, fellow. Ji Changfeng sucked in a deep breath and laughed aloud. With his revenge, he felt like another shackle had been removed from him. His mind became even more free, and he could go anywhere he wanted in the world. That's right. Yi Duanhai was still a man of few words, but he did smile for once. The battle had been dangerous, but it was not a bad thing for him. The path of sword cultivators was also a path of slaughter. If he did not fight powerful enemies and experience danger, how could he sharpen his sword? As a result, he made up his mind. He could not avoid the conflicts of the world. All he could do was throw himself into it and slaughter his way out. You're the most heartless one, only caring about the happiness before you. Gong Yuan scolded gently. Her voice was no longer as cold as usual. Instead, it was as gentle as water. The two merfolk kings on the side looked at one another. They were slightly surprised and seemed to understand something. Normally, it would be perfectly normal for dual cultivation partners who were so compatible to become partners, but was that really possible between them? If I can't enjoy the happiness before me, when can I? You're just too thoughtful and think too much. Li Qingshan yawned and stretched, gazing at the vast sky. The world was vast. Perhaps. Gong Yuan played with her hair and did not comment. Amitabha. These fire devourers are fond of burning and killing. They're violent by nature, so they deserve retribution. Though, king of savages, there's something I don't know if I should say. After witnessing Li Qingshan's abilities, the divine nun of the South Sea no longer treated him as a junior. She treated him with the same level of respect. However, many of the things he had demonstrated in this battle made her secretly frown. She felt like this was not something a Buddhist should do. Not really. Haha, I'm just joking. What do you want to teach me? Just say it, but I don't understand Buddhist scriptures, Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly. The divine nun of the South Sea was taken aback. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Whatever. That's good too. Li Qingshan nodded. After exchanging a few more words and deciding on a date to celebrate in the Crystal Palace, the group bid farewell and went back to recuperate. Before parting, Gong Yuan glanced back and said to Li Qingshan, "Don't forget what you said." "What is it?" Li Qingshan shrugged innocently. "Me." Gong Yuan shot a glance at him and left. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. This queen was not without her adorable aspects, but it was impossible for him to remain in the South Sea. As a result, he might as well just go back on his word and avoid any further trouble. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw that Little Ant had already bid farewell to the divine nun of the South Sea. Her clear eyes were currently looking at him silently. "You sure had it easy this time. You just watched from the sidelines." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. "It wasn't easy at all. I was very worried about you." "I know." Li Qingshan's heart warmed up. He pulled her into his arms. "It's been hard on you too, my king." The gentleman of heavenly blubber, the Marquis of Serene Sea, and Ghost Shadow, the three remaining cave masters of Savage Mountain, came over to pay their respects. All of them seemed to be in extremely horrible shape, clearly quite injured. In particular, the gentleman of heavenly blubber had gone from a mountain of flesh to a pile of bones again. "It's been hard on you in this battle. I'm a man of my word," Little Ant. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. Little Ant took out the Blood Oath scroll and erased the last 3 Blood Shadow children. The bloody words gradually faded away too, returning to a blank state. "Thank you, my king." The 3 of them eased up inside. Originally, they were still worried that Li Qingshan would go back on his word, but they finally stopped worrying now. There's no need to thank me. You were captured by me in the first place and forced to fight for your lives. Now that you've been released, it's not exactly a debt of gratitude. It makes sense for you to resent me," said Li Qingshan. "We would never dare," the 3 of them said in a hurry. After witnessing this battle, their reverence towards Li Qingshan had reached the limit. Even the most arrogant Marquis of Serene Sea was careful. "It doesn't matter whether you dare or not. You can go." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to warn them not to speak carelessly and divulge his secret, but upon further thought, he found it unnecessary. "I've always been the cave master of Savage Mountain. I have nowhere else to go, so I'm willing to continue serving my king and strengthen the foundation of our Savage Mountain so that my king can truly become the Lord of the South," said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Now that the myriad poison ancestor was dead, the South Sea Sword Pavilion would no longer interfere so easily. Was there still anyone in the south who was the king of Savage's opponent? If he issued an order in the name of Savage Mountain, which cultivator would be bold enough to disobey? He had gone from second cave master to first cave master, and he was even the only first cave master. That was basically authority in his grasp. "Me too," the Marquis of Serene Sea said in a hurry. He cursed inside, "Damn fatty, he's just too good at sucking up to others. He's shameless." As the nominal governor of the South Sea Commandery, he had never been able to truly control the South Sea Commandery, let alone the even larger South. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he let it go? It would be easy for him to return to the Marquis estate now, but he would probably be restrained by Savage Mountain everywhere in the future, so he was better off remaining a cave master. As long as he surpassed that damn fatty, his status would immediately change. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and the Marquis of Serene Seas gazes met for a split second. Sparks flew. "My king, I don't want to return to the Shadow Palace either," said Ghost Shadow. He did not have much desire for power, but he really did not want to return to that nightmarish place and be raised as a stud horse. "That's not up to you." A distant voice suddenly rang out. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, only to see that the Shadow Queen had appeared before he knew it. She currently sat on a towering rock with a veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of eyes. She glanced at Li Qingshan. Even though she was right in front of him, she seemed hazy and fleeting. The clear sky had become gloomy too. Li Qingshan's eyes focused on the item in her hand and became slightly surprised. They were the fire tablets of heaven and earth that Zhu Fen had taken away. He could not help but ask, "Zhu Fen? He's already dead." Yi Wei Yang gave a simple reply. Li Qingshan did not ask any more questions. The strongest fire-devouring king was like a lion, but he had been poisoned and his mind was in a mess. He had caught the attention of the king of assassins of the Mist Province, so an outcome like this was nothing out of the ordinary. Her appearance here obviously was not a coincidence. It was probably part of the Banyan Tree King's arrangements, creating a perfect conclusion to this great game of chess. "Pay up." Yi Wei Yang extended her hand. "Sai, what's the deal? Every time I do something, it's very expensive. Can I pay with my body?" Chapter 924. Yi Wei Yang suddenly vanished, and a shadow landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder before climbing up his neck and lifting his chin. It was her hand. A gentle, eerie voice rang out from behind Li Qingshan. "Sure. Your bloodline is very impressive. Although the chances of you giving birth to a child are a little low, as long as you try a few 10,000 times, you'll succeed one day." There were many hybrids in the Mist Province. The bloodlines of humans, diamonds, and even other folk mixed together. Good bloodlines could give birth to extremely powerful descendants. Other folk normally did not marry outsiders because their bloodlines were extremely powerful in the first place. However, they were still nowhere close to divine creatures like dragons and phoenixes. Li Qingshan's face stiffened. Even when it came to taking liberties, he had to choose who he was dealing with. The Shadow Queen was not as pure as Gongyuan. However, they were two complete extremes. In the Crystal Palace, he had to keep his chastity, but in the Shadow Palace, he had to be a stud until he went crazy. If only he could balance them out slightly. I think you should just forget about it. Though, it's not like I'm begging you to take action. You've already obtained the spoils. The divine fire tablets are the divine artifacts of the fire devourers. Hihi, you fickle man. Though, you're still missing a divine fire tablet. If you give me the fire tablet of man, we'll be even. I can't help you with that. The fire tablet of man isn't in my hands. If you want it, go down and ask for it yourself. It's not like I know him. Don't you know him very well? Help me out. Yi Wei Yang whispered into Li Qingshan's ear. There's nothing I can do about that. It's not like I planted him. Before Li Qingshan had even finished talking, a speck of scarlet light flew out from below. It was Zhu Yang's fire tablet of man. Yi Wei Yang caught it in a flash, and the three divine fire tablets gathered together again. They immediately began to flow with light. It was extremely profound. Li Qingshan looked down and saw Feng Shiwu standing with his hands behind his back. Don't be so wishy-washy. Since he's helped you deal with a great problem, you should return the favor. I'll give him the fire tablet of man for you. You can treat it as a greeting gift. You're really generous. Can't you give me a greeting gift? You don't understand the situation at all. This woman is clearly extorting me, Li Qingshan said. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but Yi Wei Yang had only appeared here because she had been arranged by the Banyan Tree King. Moreover, she had not made a move in the previous dangerous situations, and had only appeared after the battle was over to snatch the head and collect the spoils of war. This made it difficult for him to feel that he had been indebted to someone. Besides, he also wanted a treasure like the divine fire token very much. If he could obtain the fire tablet of man, then he would be able to find a way to obtain the fire tablet of heaven and fire tablet of earth. After all, night roamers did not use fire. An incomplete divine fire tablet was not particularly useful either, so he was out of ideas now. No matter how much inside information there is, all I care about is the truth. I'd rather be betrayed than betray others. This is also a lesson for you. You might possess some of the phoenix's bloodline, but you don't have the heart of a phoenix. How can a lowly person like you obtain the phoenix's legacy? Feng Shiwu disagreed. I don't see eye to eye with you. Li Qingshan exhaled. He finally understood why people with noble temperaments were often difficult to get along with. People like them all had their own set of principles. They could not tolerate even a single speck of dust in their eyes. Thanks. You really are the divine Wutong tree that coexists with the phoenix after all. Your realm of cultivation really is different from some diamonds. Yi Wei Yang returned to the rock with a flash. Yes, yes, yes. You better leave now that you've taken advantage of me. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with her. What do you think? Do you want them? Why don't you consider the offer from before? Yi Wei Yang tossed the 3 divine fire tablets into the air and caught them like she was juggling, glancing at Li Qingshan. Sure enough, Li Qingshan considered it before turning her down righteously. Don't even think about it. I only sell my skills, not my body. Then forget it. Yi Wei Yang stowed the divine fire tablets away and said sternly, I'll be taking the night roamers of Savage Mountain with me. All right. I hope you can treat them well. I'll go visit them. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua's figures appeared in Li Qingshan's head. He was rather reluctant to part with them, but he still nodded in agreement. It was not because he was heartless. After spending so many years together, their relationship was not exactly as deep as the ocean, but it was still quite deep. He had not even called them over for the attack on Fire Melt Mountain this time precisely because he did not want them to take the risk. However, even if he kept them by his side, the time they spent together would be extremely limited. The environment of the Shadow Palace was without a doubt more suitable for their cultivation, allowing them to go a little further. Only like that could he avoid hearing about their deaths in a century or even a millennium. The King of Savages' words are law. Who dares to disobey? Yi Wei Yang spoke jokingly, but after personally witnessing the battle, her attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed drastically without a doubt. She no longer respected him just because of the Banyan Tree King. Instead, she respected him from the bottom of her heart, treating him as an equal. She even looked forward to his future. His good impression of the night roamers might have become a precious friendship. Her gaze shifted and landed on Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow shuddered and called out, My king, you can't force things, Li Qingshan advised. After all, Ghost Shadow had just risked his life for him once. Then I'll be waiting for the King of Savages in the Shadow Palace. Yi Wei Yang bowed and turned into a shadow, drifting away in the mist. Thank you, my king, Ghost Shadow said in a hurry. If you want to stay on Savage Mountain, then that's up to you. I'll give the position of King of Savages to whoever undergoes the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Li Qing waved his hand, telling them that there was no need for them to put on an act. But let's get this out of the way first. Don't commit any crimes under my name. The title of King of Savages was not particularly important to him. The so-called authority of unifying the South was meaningless either. It was fine if he acted like a tyrant and took in a few lackeys, but lackeys were for dealing with trouble. Those lackeys who specially used their big brother's name to cause trouble and make trouble for their big brother were better off dead. Yes. The gentleman of heavenly blubber shivered inside. The more Li Qingshan cared about the title of King of Savages, the more benefits it would bring them. If someone in the south disobeyed them, they would be harming the dignity of the King of Savages, but Li Qingshan did not care at all. This was a very difficult thing to do. The 3 of them bid farewell and left. Li Qingshan gazed in the direction of Savage Mountain in the north. Little and asked, Aren't you going to go back and take a look? You understand tacitly, Li Qingshan said. Although he had played a role in their lives in the past, the path was far too long. This was not even some separation. Unshackled by a false reputation, unaffected by worldly affairs. Not bad, not bad. Originally, I thought you were ruthless and stubborn, so I was worried whether you had the right or not. Looking at it now, you really are someone with the Phoenix's bloodline after all. As long as you reflect on yourself and start from the beginning, you can still shoulder this duty. Feng Shiwu's praise rang out, and Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. This guy really was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He still had a discerning eye. Ruthless to the bone, stubborn by nature. Wasn't that exactly the demonic nature of the tiger demon and ox demon? However, it was probably impossible for him to reflect on himself and start from the beginning. Or, you've been going on, but you still haven't told me what duty it is. You'll know once you come down. Give me a moment. Li Qingshan said before taking out a formation he had prepared and casting it down. The formation was called the Fire-Gathering Formation of Southern Bing. It was only slightly above average, nowhere close to the original protective formation of the Fire Devourers, and it could only envelop the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain. He could not care about the 400 kilometers of volcanoes, but combined with the geographical advantage of Fire Melt Mountain, it could be considered to be rather powerful. After casting down the formation, Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked the mountains. The original rivers of lava had turned into lakes, glistening under the sunlight. However, the volcanoes that had been extinguished by the storm were currently reviving, spitting out black smoke again. Probably before long, this place would return to how it used to be. A storm could not change a geographical environment like this. Raising his head, the white clouds drifted about. The world was vast. It had been many years since he had come to the Mist Province, and he had gone through battles and battles time and time again. Finally, he stood here. An even more profound path lay ahead, leading straight to beyond the 9 heavens. Then come. Li Qingshan smiled a little and leapt down, landing in front of the divine Wutong tree. Tell me. What's the mission? On Savage Mountain, under the great banyan tree. Sister, we've won. Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy. Yeah, we've won. Yi Liusu smiled, but she sighed inside. Under Li Qingshan's orders, none of them could leave Savage Mountain. They could only wait here for news. Just now, the Banyan Tree King had sent them good news, as well as another piece of news. The Shadow Queen was about to arrive. Actually, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Shadow Queen would take them back to the Shadow Palace. There was no need for them to worry about the Fire Devourer's revenge. However, this concern did not diminish. All right, you can pack up in peace. Once the Shadow Queen arrives, we can set off, Yi Liubo said in relief. Aren't you going to wait for him to return? Yi Liusu was rather surprised. Originally, she thought Yi Liubo would stay here and wait for him to bid farewell, or she might as well go to Fire Melt Mountain to find him. He's taken down Fire Melt Mountain after so much difficulty. He must be preparing to enter secluded cultivation right now. Why would he return? Although they had not spent a lot of time together, Yi Liubo believed she understood his personality after so many years of fanatical worship. She also supported his decision. It's fine. We'll still see each other in the future. Let's not fall too far behind. Yi Liusu patted her shoulder in comfort. Sigh, I'm so envious of little Anne. Yi Liubo let out a gloomy sigh. Only then did she show deep reluctance to part with him. Yi Liusu asked herself, was she envious? Of course she was, but no matter how fanatical her worship, no matter how deep her feelings for him were, it was impossible for her to be as supercilious as her, completely following his path. There's nothing we can do about it, because we're still normal people. Yi Weiyang rushed over from Fire Melt Mountain very soon. The night roamers were already ready to set off. She could not help but nod in satisfaction. Let's go, my clansmen. The banquet is ready. It's time to return home. Chapter 925. The storm had already traveled off into the distance, vanishing after galloping for a while. The scorching magma and flames of the earth boiled up the lakes. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was enveloped in white mist, making it seem like a fairyland under the glow of the setting sun. The scarlet-red main peak of Fire Melt Mountain pierced through the thick mist, like a lone island in the sea of mist. Li Qingshan looked at Feng Shiwu, waiting for his answer quietly. Feng Shiwu tidied up his clothes and was solemn and respectful. "You're not the right person, but this mission can only be completed by those with the Phoenix's bloodline. It's difficult to find one in the world. You running headfirst into Fire Melt Mountain can be regarded as a form of fate. Come on up the tree." Li Qingshan climbed onto the divine Wutong tree, and the dense branches parted automatically, allowing him to pass through. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw an exquisitely woven bird's nest between the layers of branches and leaves. He murmured to himself, "This is the Phoenix's nest. Look inside." Feng Shiwu pointed out, and the branches covering the Phoenix's nest parted. In the very center of the nest was a scarlet-red egg. It flickered with light as if it was breathing. The eggshell was covered in complicated and beautiful patterns, which were particularly familiar to Li Qingshan. The Phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He could not help but take a step forward, wanting to take a closer look. A hand pressed against his chest gently, and Feng Shiwu arrived before him in a flash. He did not show any viciousness at all, but Li Qingshan understood that anyone who wanted to approach the Phoenix's embryo would have to go through his permission or step over his corpse. Yes, it possesses a bloodline that is truly noble and pure. However, its existence cannot be made known to anyone. Do you understand? Feng Shiwu turned around and lifted up the Phoenix's embryo. An indescribable, complicated expression appeared on his face. There was both love and nostalgia. "I understand." Li Qingshan nodded. As a divine bird that stood on par with dragons, it was even more precious to cultivators than dragons. It was directly related to the mystery of eternal life. If the world learnt about the existence of the Phoenix's embryo, who knew how many people would come to steal it? "What's my mission?" "Hatch it and turn it into a true phoenix." Feng Shiwu stared straight at Li Qingshan. His voice was clear and passionate, leaving no room for doubt. "How do I hatch it?" Although Li Qingshan had guessed this possibility, it was still incredible to hear it with his own ears. He had never done such a high-end thing before. "Walk over slowly. Don't scare it." Feng Shiwu raised his hand to indicate for Li Qingshan to slow down as he carefully gazed at the Phoenix's embryo in his arms. "It's just an egg, shut up. This is a noble phoenix egg," Feng Shiwu berated. The Phoenix's embryo suddenly flickered a little faster. He suppressed his voice in a hurry and stroked the eggshell gently. It's fine," Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. This lunatic. However, when he thought about it, when he turned into a phoenix egg, he was also able to sense the outside world, so he slowly walked into the phoenix nest. In that moment, he felt like he had stepped into another space. The phoenix's nest that was only the size of a room suddenly became as large as a stadium. Before he could even sigh in amazement at the wondrous power of the domain, extremely pure fire spiritual energy surged over from all directions. It contained an indescribably wondrous aura, enough to make even his soul tremble. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva began to circulate automatically. He felt unprecedentedly free and at ease. It was said that phoenixes did not perch unless they were on a wutong tree. Sure enough, there was a reason behind it. This divine wutong tree, this phoenix's nest, was basically a holy land for practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. He could definitely push the phoenix transformation to the 4th layer. Afterwards, he only needed to merge water and fire, and he would be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation and reach Demon King. As Li Qingshan fantasized about his beautiful future, Feng Shiwu called out from the center of the stadium, "I only told you to slow down a little. I didn't tell you to just stand there like a fool. And you're even smiling so disgustingly." Li Qingshan arrived before Feng Shiwu after much difficulty. He cut right to the chase and asked, "How do I hatch it?" "I don't know the specifics either." Feng Shiwu sighed. "You don't know either?" Softer. Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and growled. "All right." Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead and said slowly and gently, "Will this work or not work? It's fine. You don't have to be so slow." Feng Shiwu nodded. "In short, this is your destiny. You're already shirking your responsibilities." How would I know something that even you don't know? I don't know the specifics, but only those with the phoenix bloodline can hatch it. That's definitely not wrong. You don't have to look like that. Do you think the legacy of the phoenix is that easy to obtain? Perhaps it'll be even more effective if I eat it. Li Qingshan gazed at the phoenix's embryo and licked his lips. Don't you dare! Feng Shiwu said furiously. Li Qingshan immediately felt like he was immobilized, as if he had been heavily restrained. He understood that this region was Feng Shiwu's territory, and it was not an external object like the Azura field. Instead, it was formed by the divine Wutong tree itself. It was extremely powerful. It's just a joke. There's no need to get so worked up. The most important thing for people to interact with each other is trust. If you don't even have this bit of trust, why would you want me to complete this destiny? Feng Shiwu sank into his thoughts before apologizing. You're right. I've been rude, but I hope you can understand my feelings and stop joking around. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought Feng Shiwu would be so reasonable. No wonder people said that a gentleman could be deceived with reason. As a result, he said sincerely, all right, I won't joke around anymore. I'll accept this destiny, but I don't have any leads, so I can't guarantee I can complete it. You're not allowed to leave before you complete it, Feng Shiwu said. That's a little too unreasonable. Li Qingshan gasped. So much for praising you just now. Its existence cannot be made known to the outside world. Please forgive me. Feng Shiwu bowed slightly, expressing his deep apologies again. He even used honorifics before telling him a short story. 3,000 years ago, a fire-devouring king had once barged into this place forcefully despite the agreement and saw the phoenix's embryo. And then, there was no more and then, forgive my ass. This is house arrest, yet you're actually threatening me. Is this what you mean by trust? Li Qingshan felt he was far too naive, actually believing a tree could be a gentleman. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's just that it's even more important than my life. This region is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. I don't think there's a better dwelling in the world to strengthen your power of the phoenix than here. And, during the incubation process, you can also sense the true aura of the phoenix. An opportunity like this is extremely rare, so even if there are some restrictions, it's only natural. What do you think? Feng Shiwu guided him patiently. Li Qingshan nodded. He was rather displeased inside, but he was telling the truth. He extended his hand. Give me the egg. The phoenix's embryo, Feng Shiwu corrected him. The phoenix's embryo. Whatever. I won't bicker with a brute like you. Feng Shiwu handed the egg to Li Qingshan with great reluctance. Be careful. The moment he touched the phoenix's embryo, the complicated, beautiful patterns suddenly began to flow. It erupted with light, illuminating the entire phoenix's nest before dispersing just now. This sight roused Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's spirits. Their confidence in their great undertaking of incubating the egg multiplied. Chapter 927. In the vast phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and stroked the phoenix's embryo gently. At the same time, he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. His magnificent phoenix wings unfurled, and his scarlet hair danced like flowing fire. His devilishly handsome face naturally gave off an aura of nobility. Feng Shiwu saw this and could not help but feel that his choice was correct. He was not as crude as he seemed. After all, he possessed the noble bloodline of the phoenix, so he would definitely be influenced to some extent. However, unbeknownst to Feng Shiwu, Li Qingshan's other three bloodlines were even more powerful. Then, Li Qingshan gently sat down and stuffed the phoenix egg under his butt. He held his cheek with one hand and appeared to be in deep thought. What are you doing? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's neck viciously, displaying a hint of madness. Hatching eggs. Li Qingshan squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Pick up your filthy ass. Feng Shiwu roared. That's what birds do when they hatch eggs. Li Qingshan shrugged. It's not a bird. It's a phoenix. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix egg. Feng Shiwu ran out of patience and corrected him. He snatched the phoenix's embryo from under Li Qingshan's bottom and wiped it hard. Ahem, what do you want? Li Qingshan rubbed his neck. That posture definitely won't do. Feng Shiwu rubbed the phoenix's embryo forcefully as he gestured for it to be absolutely forbidden. What position do you like? Li Qingshan said angrily, then sighed, let little An in, I can't communicate with you. Think about it carefully. If she comes in and sees the phoenix egg, you'll have to pay for it. You can't go out either, Feng Shiwu reminded. What's there to think about? Hurry up, Li Qingshan said without hesitation. He didn't know when this great undertaking of incubating the egg would be completed. He didn't want to be locked up with this psychopath all the time. Little An must be by his side, otherwise Little An wouldn't agree. Little An was pacing back and forth under the parasol tree, thinking about how to go up. The dense branches opened up a path, and she climbed onto the divine parasol tree, arriving at the phoenix nest. As far as the eye could see, he could not help but stare blankly for a moment, not because of this mysterious domain, but because Li Qingshan was curled up on the ground. Feng Shiwu crouched to one side and nodded in satisfaction. This posture is more like it. Even birds don't sit on eggs. The part that touches the egg should be the abdomen. One of them was a great demon king from the same generation as the phoenix. One was the king of savages whose name shook up the Mist province and destroyed Fire Melt Mountain. His current appearance really was filled with strangeness and embarrassment. This is. Little An came over and vaguely guessed the whole story. Incubating eggs. Li Qingshan sighed. I thought about how mighty and domineering I was when I took down Fire Melt Mountain, and how did I end up like this? Feng Shiwu stood up and waved his sleeve, bowing towards Little An in a natural and unrestrained manner. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please forgive me if I have treated you poorly in any way. Little An returned the bow. Her bearing and bearing were no less graceful than Feng Shiwu's. Not only was this her bearing and bearing natural, but it was also the education she had received in the King Chu's estate. Etiquette had already become part of her habits. However, a bumpkin like Li Qingshan did not care about these details at all. Feng Shiwu's eyes lit up, and he immediately developed a good impression of him. He sighed. What a pity, what a pity. If you possessed the bloodline of the phoenix, then everything would be fine. It's really difficult for me to communicate with this boorish fellow. Bastard. That's what I said. Stop putting on an act. Little An, don't be fooled by him. Once you come in, you won't be able to get out, Li Qingshan warned. Oh. Little An crouched down and touched Li Qingshan's hair. Are you fine? Don't worry. Even if I'm fine, I won't come in. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. Li Qingshan grinned. Before entering the crater of the volcano, he had divined with the spirit turtle. Although this trip was dangerous, it also contained an auspicious omen, which was why he had entered the phoenix's nest. Of course, divination could only be used to predict the general trend. Everything depended on one's actions. Even if it was a situation of certain death, there would still be a chance of survival. And, no matter how auspicious the omen was, seeking death would still result in death. Feng Shiwu stared at Little An and was rather surprised. If regular people knew they were trapped by themselves, it was basically impossible for them to accept it so calmly, let alone the fact that they had been dragged down by their companions. It was unavoidable for them to feel resentment. However, there was no such consideration between them. He asked, "Are you partners?" "What does that have to do with you?" Li Qingshan said. "So be it. As long as you can hatch the egg, nothing else has anything to do with me. Please focus a little. Don't get distracted. No, this posture is too ugly. I need to change." Li Qingshan leapt to his feet and crossed his legs instead. He held the egg in his arms and unfurled his phoenix wings to cover it. Feng Shiwu understood that Li Qingshan was not the kind of person who could be manipulated by others, and he felt a sliver of guilt for forcefully keeping him here. As long as he did not destroy the phoenix's embryo, he would let him be. Little An leaned against Li Qingshan and thought, how long will it take to hatch this phoenix's embryo? 3 to 5 years, or a century or even a century. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He really had not considered this question before. 3 to 5 years was fine, but if it really was a century or so, then it would be troublesome. He could not help but look at Feng Shiwu with a questioning gaze. Since it's a phoenix with eternal life, even if it takes a century to hatch, it won't be too long. Instead, it'll be too short. I think it'll take a millennium at the very least. Feng Shiwu stood with his arms behind his back and shook his head. Oi, big bro, stop joking around, Li Qingshan exclaimed. By the time he emerged from seclusion after 1,000 years, all of his old acquaintances would probably be dead. What academy of the 100 schools? Probably even the great Xia Empire would have vanished. Thinking about it again, the phoenix's embryo had been in Feng Shiwu's possession for at least 10,000 years, yet he had failed to hatch it. He could not help but feel gloomy. Is a millennium very long? Feng Shiwu was very surprised. A single slumber of his could last a millennium. Of course, I'm not even a millennium old yet. No, I'm not even a century old yet, Li Qingshan bellowed. Suddenly, he discovered that their concept of time was just too different. Even the most regular wutong tree could live for a millennium, let alone a divine wutong tree. Moreover, it had grown alongside the eternal phoenix. It had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life. Even the great Xia Empire that had stood for several millennia could not be regarded as lasting in its eyes, which was why almost everyone treated it as an inanimate object. You're not even a century old yet. It's unbelievable that you can cultivate so quickly. Even among humans, there aren't a lot of people who can do that. Are you really a demon? Sigh, but it's no wonder you're so crude. You're still too young. Feng Shiwu cleared his throat. A little knowledge is not as great as a great knowledge, and a little year is not as great as a great year. How do you know that? The mushroom in the morning does not know the new and the new, and the cicada does not know the new and the new. This is a little year. I regard 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 years as autumn. This is a great year. Don't give me that crap. It's impossible for me to stay here for a millennium, not even a century. Chapter 928. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu stared at each other. Their eyes met, neither of them backing down. Little An tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve. Li Qingshan thought of something. All right then, since I've already accepted your mission, I'll keep my word and hatch this phoenix's embryo as soon as possible. Thank you for keeping your word. I'll take back what I said. Compared to regular humans and diamonds, you're still relatively decent. If you can comprehend the true heart of the phoenix, perhaps we can even become friends. Feng Shiwu also expressed his modesty. He, all right. The tense atmosphere eased up, but Li Qingshan thought inside, who wants to be your friend? When I want to leave, I'll obviously leave. He did not forget that he was not staying here to complete some mission, but to reach the 4th layer of the phoenix, balance water and fire, and become a demon king. Once he underwent the 3rd heavenly tribulation, how could a mere phoenix's nest stop him? Even if that did not work out, he still had the phoenix's embryo as a hostage. Even if he was in the domain Feng Shiwu controlled, he definitely had the ability to destroy it. It was enough to pose a threat. However, once he did that, it would mean completely falling out with Feng Shiwu. It had not reached that point yet, so he did not want to do that either. Don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. I'll do it as quickly as possible. I've waited far too long for this day. It was not that Feng Shiwu had not considered this, but he still underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. After all, Li Qingshan was only a demon commander right now. Even if he was a true demon king, apart from the 72 demon kings of the past, all the new demon kings who had broken through in the past few millennia would be at his mercy if they stayed in the phoenix's nest. From a different perspective, with his cultivation and strength, his attitude towards Li Qingshan could be regarded as amiable. Of course, this was all because of Li Qingshan's bloodline. Otherwise, he would not even say anything to him. Thus, Li Qingshan sat down again, picked up the phoenix egg, and placed it between his brows to examine it with his divine telekinesis. Suddenly, a chaotic world was reflected in his mind. It was like a sea of magma and fire seen in the depths of the Earth's crust, but it emitted pure divine light. The phoenix did not even have the most basic embryonic form. If one were to compare it with an egg, it would only have the egg white and the egg yolk. However, the power contained within it shocked even Li Qingshan. What a powerful and pure power! The moment this phoenix breaks out of its shell, it will probably possess the power of a Yarrow commander. Its purity is comparable to a Yarrow king. As expected of the divine bird among the divine birds, the pinnacle of life forms among the divine birds. He glanced at Feng Shiwu from the corner of his eye. However, this definitely isn't just the power of the phoenix's embryo itself. This bastard has probably put in quite a lot of effort. If I can swallow it in one gulp, it'll basically be even more nourishing than perfect nourishment. Feng Shiwu stood to one side quietly. He did not disturb him. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. During the past 10,000 years, he had always attempted to hatch the phoenix's embryo. Apart from his regular cultivation, he had spent most of his time and energy on this matter. It was completely ineffective, but over time, the phoenix's embryo had accumulated a startling amount of power. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and devoted all of his attention to the phoenix's embryo. He had once experienced turning into an egg, so he could still remember how he had awakened from this chaos. Back then, he did not have any specific consciousness or memories, but he could never forget the feeling. However, what puzzled him was that it clearly possessed such pure, tremendous life force, and its intelligence was on the level of gods. It clearly should have hatched a long time ago, so why had it not even formed a specific consciousness yet? He could not help but think back to when he was buried deep in the magma as a phoenix's embryo. Back then, he did not rely on anyone to hatch it. He relied completely on himself, yet he still broke out of the shell in the end. Was it because the bloodline of this phoenix's embryo was even purer, which was why hatching it was especially difficult? However, the environment in the phoenix's nest was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the magma he stayed in back then. Just what crucial element was missing? Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan remove the phoenix's embryo from his forehead. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brows as if he was thinking about something. How is it? Feng Shiwu asked in concern. Li Qingshan felt like he had become a gynecologist. He asked, when the phoenix left it with you, did she say anything? Feng Shiwu thought back. I can't remember. It doesn't seem to be anything special. She just told me to take good care of it. Didn't you say that 8,000 years is spring and 8,000 years is autumn? Yeah. It's exactly because of that I can't remember all the details. All right then. Then let me ask you another question. This might be the key to hatching this egg. It requires the bloodline of the phoenix to hatch this egg. Was that what the phoenix said, or was that your own guess? Li Qingshan asked sternly. He had a vague guess. It's my guess, isn't it? Don't tell me you can't hatch the phoenix's embryo either. Feng Shiwu answered with a question. He personally believed there was no other place in the world that could match the environment and resources he had provided the phoenix's embryo. There must be a reason why it could not hatch, which was the bloodline of the phoenix. I think I understand now. There's only one truth. The reason why this egg hasn't hatched into a phoenix after so long is all because of you. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Just as he had expected, even if the phoenix wanted to ascend, there was no need for it to be in such a hurry, making the phoenix's embryo wait 10,000 years for a fated person who could hatch it. What? Why? Feng Shiwu asked in surprise. Have you been nourishing it with your own power the entire time? Of course. Ever since it was born, it's been 10,000 years. There hasn't been a single day of rest. Feng Shiwu said. He possessed patience that no demon or human could rival. His feelings and anticipation for the phoenix's embryo were even deeper than the phoenix itself. Is there a problem with that? Of course there's a problem. It's not just a problem. There's a huge problem. Li Qingshan pointed at the phoenix's embryo in his bosom. You've given it far, far too much power. It's already so much that it can't digest it at all, which is why it can't hatch. Feng Shiwu was completely stunned. This, Li Qingshan continued, in human terms, this is spoiling. Spoiling is like drowning, as well as drowning to death. Feng Shiwu felt like he had been struck by lightning. Are you certain? I'm extremely certain. I won't hide it from you. I've also experienced turning into an egg in the past, but when I first broke out of the egg, I was extremely weak. Let alone the power of a demon commander, I couldn't even rival mortals, and that was after my nirvanic rebirth. I was already very powerful in the first place. No matter how noble the phoenix is it supposed to be so powerful the moment it's born? It's definitely your contribution, but that won't do. Little and said, I understand now. The Buddha says, success, residence, destruction, emptiness. The towering tree was only a seed in the beginning, and the Buddha was only a mortal in the first place. The phoenix's law of eternal life has broken away from the word emptiness. After destruction, it's still success, repeating over and over again. However, it's not like it doesn't have its drawbacks, which is transforming all of its power into flames, returning from being powerful to being weak. Only then can it be reborn from the ashes. The power you've given it is too powerful, instead destroying the process of success. That sounds so profound. You're still the best. Li Qingshan praised before raising the phoenix's embryo again. If you compare this egg to a world, then this world is still in chaos right now. If you want to form from chaos, you need to unite this world first. The initial weakness can be said to be essential. I'm profound too. Little and nodded with a smile. Normally, Feng Shiwu would definitely look down on Li Qingshan for acting like this, but right now, his head was filled with what they had said. He muttered to himself, success, residence, destruction, emptiness, success, existence, destruction. No matter how long he had spent with the phoenix, he was not a phoenix after all. He had never experienced turning into an egg, so it was impossible for him to have the kind of personal experience Li Qingshan had. All he did was continue to give it his all, wanting to provide some help. The more the phoenix's embryo failed to hatch, the more focused he became. Even if he had to sacrifice the speed of his cultivation, even if he had to cut off his connection with the entire world, he did not care. However, all of his efforts were actually in the opposite direction, instead becoming the main culprit that prevented the phoenix's embryo from hatching. Even with his mental fortitude, he found it rather difficult to accept for a moment. No wonder the power I gave it kept dissipating. As a natural spiritual root of divine wood, the power he had given it over 10,000 years was enough to turn a regular wild beast into a demon king. I was wrong. I've let you down. Feng Shiwu sighed deeply as tears rolled down his cheeks. If it were not for his unnecessary actions, perhaps the phoenix's embryo would have ascended to find its parents already. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he became. The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt. He actually knelt on the ground, smashing his head against the ground as he began to sob. The divine Wutong tree swayed violently, but it became very dim. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. They did feel some sympathy for Feng Shiwu. At the end of the day, spoiling still stemmed from love. The deeper one's feelings were, the weaker one's rationality would be. It was often easier for people with great patience to remain obstinate. If they had spent 10,000 years doing something wrong, crying would be a small matter. They might even directly lose their minds. He patted Feng Shiwu's shoulder. Don't be sad. Hatching the egg is more important. You're lucky to have met me. It's not an egg, it's a phoenix's embryo. Feng Shiwu wiped away his tears before straightening himself up. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in a kneeling posture. It was no longer a courtesy from when he was in need of help, but gratitude from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't know where I've gone wrong. Thank you. This is where my mission lies. There's no need to be so polite. Li Qingshan returned the bow. He also felt rather emotional inside. Great demon kings like the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King were all very nice people, and they had shown him quite a lot of kindness. However, in terms of righteousness, nobility, and gentlemanliness, Feng Shiwu had truly never seen anyone like them before. He would only become hysterical when it came to matters related to the phoenix's embryo, but it was not incomprehensible. Then what I need to do right now is disperse the power of the phoenix's embryo? Feng Shiwu asked. I have to say, Your efforts haven't gone to waste. Your power has already completely merged with the phoenix's embryo. If you forcefully disperse it, you'll definitely harm its foundation. Then I'll let it disperse its power naturally. Li Qingshan shook his head. Who knows how long that'll take? Even a century might not be enough, and wouldn't all of your efforts go to waste? Feng Shiwu widened his eyes. You're saying? Chapter 929. Why you can hatch the egg. Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and asked in surprise. It's the phoenix's embryo. Thank you. Li Qingshan smiled. Oh, yeah. All right, there's no need to worry about these minor details. Answer me. I'm very confident, but I need a little help from you. Li Qingshan raised the little finger on his right hand. Think about it. A phoenix that's extremely powerful the moment it hatches. Just like the saying goes, preparation is the key to success. It's all thanks to your hard work in the past few years. He'll become a phoenix among phoenixes. Feng Shiwu grabbed his hand. As long as you can hatch it successfully, let alone a little, even a few or 100 won't be a problem. That would be for the best. My friend, lend me a hand. All right, my friend. The two of them suddenly became friendly. Little and shook his head gently. Take your time with the hatching. I'll go cultivate outside. About that. Feng Shiwu hesitated. I'm not leaving Fire Melt Mountain. Feng Shiwu considered it. You can leave Fire Melt Mountain if you want. Li Qingshan asked in surprise, why'd you suddenly change your mind? Trust is very important. And, since she's willing to come here for you, she definitely won't speak carelessly without any regard for your safety. Scheming like that is not what a gentleman would do. I'm also valuing your friendship. Little and left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine wutong tree, beginning to meditate and cultivate. She also needed time to digest the divine nun of the South Sea's teachings so that she could establish a foundation for the path of white bone and great beauty. Qingshan is already heading towards the third heavenly tribulation. I can't fall too far behind. Above the sea of lava and beneath the glowing wutong tree, time flowed by in a hurry. Li Qingshan formally began hatching the egg. Since the phoenix's embryo was unable to unite such great power, he would do it. As he practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, he recalled the feeling when he became an egg. His presence gradually faded away, but he gave off a light similar to the phoenix's embryo, flickering like he was breathing. Gradually, the frequency at which the two lights flickered matched each other, forming a whole. Feng Shiwu originally had some doubts, but only when he saw this did he completely believe him. His figure suddenly vanished, and his voice echoed through the entire phoenix's nest. I know you want to borrow my power to cultivate. Just like how a drop of water is returned with a spring of water, I, Feng Shiwu, will never be stingy. Accept this power. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix nest rippled with a magnificent red light, surging towards Li Qingshan and the phoenix egg. Li Qingshan's final objective was definitely still cultivation, but that was exactly what Feng Shiwu had planned to do in the first place. According to his original thoughts, hatching the phoenix's embryo would definitely require tremendous amounts of power. How could a single demon commander support it? All he needed was Li Qingshan's bloodline. He had already spent 10,000 years, so why would he be stingy at a time like this? Although Li Qingshan had pointed out the true reason why the phoenix's embryo could not be hatched in a single sentence, Feng Shiwu was very willing to assist him in cultivation since he was confident he could hatch the most powerful phoenix chick under these circumstances. Phew, what pure fire spiritual energy. It really is the divine wutong tree after all. Coupled with the phoenix's nest, it just happens to suppress the power of the spirit turtle and increase the power of the phoenix, so even though there's a difference in cultivation, it's extremely close to a balance. That's just fantastic. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Using this power, he suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression slightly and achieved a subtle balance, beginning to balance fire and water. In that moment, his body erupted with deep blue light again, intertwining with the scarlet light. After dual cultivating with Gongyuan, he had suppressed the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression from reaching the fifth layer, but he had become even more profound and tranquil after absorbing the aura of Ruin's End. Feng Shiwu paid close attention. He was greatly surprised. Just what are his origins? He possesses 3 bloodlines at the very least, and every single one of them is extremely powerful, even surpassing the Phoenix's bloodline. And there's even a water bloodline on the level of divine beasts that counters the Phoenix. Even if Li Qingshan was a phoenix or a true dragon, it would not have surprised him so much. There were still many divine beasts and exotic beasts that possessed the bloodlines of the phoenix and the true dragon in ancient times. However, let alone seeing an existence that possessed several high-level bloodlines like this, he had basically never even heard of it. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the purer it was, and the more difficult it was to merge with it. If he could unleash every single bloodline, just what kind of power would he possess? Even Feng Shiwu was unable to imagine it. Li Qingshan was completely focused. This was the first time he had used his own strength to balance water and fire without the assistance of the flower of water and fire, but he was filled with confidence. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine definitely did not require a Yushin in the world to practice. He could definitely make the spirit turtle and the phoenix coexist peacefully through his own efforts. It would just be very difficult, requiring tremendous amounts of time and effort. However, it would only be strange if such a powerful cultivation method was not difficult. He had been quite lucky in this aspect. He had encountered Yushin, which allowed him to overcome the initial difficulties with relative ease. However, just like other spiritual medicines, he could only use them as a supplementary method. If he relied on external items too much, there would be a day when he would struggle to advance, and he did not want Yushin to expend her essence blood to refine medicine for him either. Now was the time for him to unleash his own strength. He had accumulated his initial experience after all. With such a great environment, he believed it would not be too difficult. Time passed in the nest. Li Qingshan and Little and both immersed themselves in cultivation. However, the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had already shaken up the entire Mist Province, spreading through the world. As one of the few great organizations in the Mist Province, they had actually been wiped out. Even the 3 fire-devouring kings had failed to escape. It was basically unbelievable. Both sides had mobilized over 10 great cultivators and other folk kings in this battle. A battle on such a scale was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn in the 9 provinces that had endured several millennia of peace, heralding a change in the times and the arrival of chaos. The tragic outcome of the death of 5 people also shocked everyone. Over the past few millennia, the number of human great cultivators that had died in battle did not exceed 10. Something so rare that only happened once in several centuries had actually come so easily. It had suddenly happened in the same place, at the same time. Who could sit back and relax? Even vassal kings like the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King were bold enough to say they could survive every single battle. The gazes of all the kings gathered on the shore of the South Sea, gathering as much information as they could about this battle. However, because the Mist Province had always been a land of wilderness, and the south was the wilderness among the wilderness, the fire devourers had been wiped out, and the merfolk had always remained in seclusion, so the surviving merfolk warriors had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Ji Changfeng and the others were not blabbermouths either, so while there was plenty of information, there was very little that could be verified. With this battle, the name of the king of savages, Li Qingshan, began to spread through the world. He had taken over Fire Melt Mountain as his dwelling and become the king of the south. This was impossible to hide, and it was very difficult for people to not pay attention to it. However, that was all they paid attention to. In the cultivation community, cultivation was the highest standard for evaluating a person, or even the only standard. Who knew how many merfolk and fire devourers at his realm of cultivation had died in this battle, but it did not affect the overall situation at all. Due to Li Qingshan's complicated background and identity, there were many conspiracy theories. Some said that the Chu Lai King had sent him to cause internal strife in the Mist Province. Some said that the king of Southern Yu had sent him to uproot Fire Melt Mountain in preparation for the war between countries. The Banyan Tree King had not run away either. The Fire Devourers were a race that refused to become a part of his alliance and liked to set forests on fire. He had probably wanted to destroy them a long time ago, In short, basically everyone believed that Li Qingshan was a chess piece for a certain side. For the sake of achieving a certain objective, he had become a pawn, active in this grand game of chess and lucky enough to receive his reward in the end. However, only the few people who had been included in the conspiracy theories understood that he was not their chess piece. Only an even smaller number of people understood that he was not anyone's chess piece, but a chess player who could change the overall situation. If it were not for his efforts, the final battle on Fire Melt Mountain would not have existed at all, nor would they have emerged victorious. Only Li Qingshan and little and understood that compared to playing chess with others and playing with schemes, he preferred to overturn the chessboard and directly beat up the chess players. He was currently progressing in this direction too. In the depths of the sea, a great celebratory banquet was currently being held in the Crystal Palace. The magnificent palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. What a rude person. He clearly agreed to come, yet is actually not coming at all, Gong Yuan said coldly and placed the crystal cup in her hand on the jade table heavily. There was an empty seat to her lower right. That was originally Li Qingshan's seat. Once he began cultivating, he completely forgot about small matters like this. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Qingshan must have some urgent matters to attend to. It must be great fortune for him to gain the divine Wutong tree's recognition. Ji Changfeng drank a cup with a smile. After his revenge, he seemed even more high-spirited than before. That must be the case. The divine Wutong tree is actually such a powerful demon king. Probably no one expected the fire devourers to fail to obtain its assistance even after occupying Fire Melt Mountain for so long. The moment the king of savages arrived, he immediately came out to meet them. I really can't help but admire him. I've seen countless people in my life, but I can't help but admit that I've really misjudged him this time. The speaker was an old man with a goatee. He happened to be the head caretaker of the King of Yu's estate, Mr. Ram, who knew what mission he was on, but he had also come to attend the celebratory banquet. Mr. Ram, you should drink a cup as punishment. Gong Yuan's tone softened, and she no longer looked at the empty seat. After destroying Fire Melt Mountain, her relationship with the King of Yu's estate had instead become even more important. She dared not be careless at all. Although the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain had eradicated all future threats, they had paid a relatively heavy price too. A merfolk king had died in battle, and most of their core forces had been destroyed. Right now, the merfolk of the South Sea were at their weakest. They needed a lengthy period of time to recover, so they definitely could not afford to become enemies with the King of Southern Yu's estate at a time like this. As long as they endured through this period and endured until the world descended into chaos, then they would be free to do as they pleased. Once the chaotic era of the 9 provinces ended, perhaps the humans and diamonds would be surprised by the establishment of a new order on the sea. She would lead the merfolk race back to the age of the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 930. I wouldn't dare to turn down Your Majesty's punishment. Mr. Ram drank a cup by himself with a smile. He sighed inside. Back then in the Philian Hall of the Cloud Sail sect, he had almost been surrounded and attacked for a seat, and it was just an average seat. Now, he could legitimately occupy the seat of honor and receive the courtesy of an esteemed guest. Even the master of the Sword Pavilion and the Windgale King were willing to take a seat below him, yet he still did not come in the end. The affairs of the world really were unpredictable. The new generation would replace the old. Gong Yuan smiled faintly, but she felt like her arrangements were extremely reasonable. She was not currying favor with Li Qingshan. Since it was a celebratory banquet, the ranking would obviously be based on merit. Let alone everything else, just the act of ordering the myriad poison ancestor to blow himself up was enough for him to receive this kind of treatment. Then she considered whether she should pay a visit to Fire Melt Mountain after the banquet ended and ask him why he had stood her up. She could also discuss some important matters along the way, but as soon as she thought of that, she immediately dismissed it. Wouldn't I really be currying favor with him like that? Gong Yuan was not the only one who felt conflicted. The divine nun of the South Sea gazed at the empty seat and felt like she had lost something too. After the battle on Fire Melt Mountain, she had returned to her dwelling to rest. Originally, She wanted to see Little Anne again so that she could wander around with her and observe her properly. She wanted to see whether she could inherit her legacy or not, whether it was worth it for her to pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Deva-Nga. Unexpectedly, Little Anne did not come at all. Whatever, we're not fated to meet. However, after some consideration, she thought again, if that mountain doesn't come when I call for it, I should go look for it myself. How can I just give up so easily? As a result, she stood up and bade farewell, turning down Gongyuan and the others who urged her to stay. She left the Crystal Palace and hurried to Fire Melt Mountain. Following the traces left behind by the storm, she arrived at the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain again in the evening. The intense battle was still vivid in her mind. The setting sun enveloped the volcanoes. It was an especially bright red, but it also seemed a little more peaceful. Under the divine Wutong tree, Little Anne suddenly sensed something. She opened her eyes and went out to receive her. She bowed politely. "Welcome, Senior. Please come in and take a seat. I won't be going in. I've come to ask if you're willing to travel around the South Sea with me." The divine nun of the South Sea asked with some anticipation. "Senior's kindness, this disciple can't thank you enough." Little Anne glanced at the divine Wutong tree in the crater of the volcano from the corner of his eyes. Although he was unwilling to leave him, he was in seclusion this time. First, he had to balance the water spray, second, he had to break through to the fourth layer of the phoenix, and third, he had to hatch the phoenix egg, which would take at least 10 years. After completing these 3 things, his cultivation would definitely have a qualitative increase. Even reaching the Demon King realm. If he didn't work hard, he would be left far behind. He made up his mind. This disciple is willing. All right, let's set off right now. The divine nun of the South Sea smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment. Disciple will go back and give some instructions." Little Anne returned to the phoenix's nest and saw that Li Qingshan was still focusing on balancing fire and water, so he left a few words with Li Qingshan. After asking him to pass on the message to Li Qingshan, he left Fire Melt Mountain and went on a journey with the divine nun of the South Sea. The school of Vinaya was extensive and profound, no less than the school of Chan. It was rather beneficial to the cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty, but it definitely could not be comprehended in a short amount of time. He could use this opportunity to study it in greater depth. Although he was not a true direct disciple, and the divine nun of the South Sea could not pass on the divine arts and secret methods of her sect to a disciple of the school of Chan, Little Anne was not interested in those cultivation methods in the first place. Instead, it was the Buddhist scriptures of the school of Vinaya. There were obviously no taboos about this, which made the divine nun of the South Sea even more fond of him. At the end of the day, the world of cultivation was about respect for the strong. Even Buddhist disciples who had become monks from a young age could not help but place more emphasis on cultivation methods. However, in the divine nun of the South Sea's eyes, neglecting the Buddhist scriptures that were as vast as the sea was neglecting the essentials. However, Wonwoo was so talented, yet she did not seem restless at all. That was far too rare. The two of them wandered around, eating and sleeping in the open. They spent most of their time in the mundane world, reading about the affairs of the world. Little Anne came to a realization. It was no wonder monks loved to wander. The greatest aim of Buddhism was to deliver all living beings from suffering. If they did not see all living beings, how were they supposed to deliver them from suffering? If they left the mundane world and cultivated alone, it could only be regarded as the Hinayana Dharma, not the Mahayana Dharma. Even the Whitebone Bodhisattva who created the path of Whitebone and Great Beauty was rather intent on delivering all living beings from suffering. It was just that the method she used was rather special. Compared to the school of Chan's root of wisdom that allowed one to see one's nature, the school of Vinaya was more down-to-earth, which benefited Little and a lot. The divine nun of the South Sea grew fonder and fonder of this disciple who did not show any emotions, never complained, and worked hard on the Buddhist Dharma. Gradually, a new legend appeared on the shore of the South Sea, regarding the beautiful heavenly maiden by the divine nun of the South Sea's side. At the same time, the upheaval in the world intensified. The scale of war rapidly escalated, and the flames of war began to spread across the 9 provinces. The Mist Province and the Green Province had already reached a state of mutual hostility. Although it had not devolved into a full-scale war, the deaths of great cultivators were no longer shocking news. Everyone's gazes were drawn away, casting Fire Melt Mountain to the back of their minds. In the Phoenix's nest, Li Qingshan completely forgot about the outside world. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit turtle dove deep as the phoenix danced. The light intertwined, constantly harmonizing and merging. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan shuddered. The red and blue light merged together, and he opened his eyes. He could not help but exhale deeply, overjoyed. All right. At least all my arduous cultivation hasn't gone to waste. I've finally taken another step forward and obtained the third innate ability of the phoenix. Sure enough, it was still the phoenix's nerva. In other words, he possessed 3 chances to be reborn, which he could use in battle. Once he was killed, he would immediately have 2 chances to be reborn. Now it really won't be easy even if I want to die. Little Anne. Li Qingshan could not see Little Anne around. Congratulations. Your cultivation has advanced again. You can actually balance 2 powerful bloodlines of completely different natures. The secrets you carry sure run deep. Feng Shiwu's figure appeared. He had been paying attention to Li Qingshan the entire time, so he could obviously sense the changes in his aura. Friend Feng, how long did it take me? Where's Little Anne? A little over 2 years. Little Anne traveled the world with the divine nun of the South Sea and returned a few times. However, you were always cultivating, so she didn't disturb you. I see. Cultivation really is a race against time. Li Qingshan nodded. Although he liked cultivating in secluded cultivation together, increasing his cultivation was without a doubt more important, which was why he fully supported her going to the Chan Monastery of Devarengye in the past. The environment of Fire Melt Mountain was actually not particularly suitable for her cultivation. Finding a direction to advance in was for the best. It's just 2 years. What's the big deal? Though, you can focus on hatching the phoenix's embryo now, right? Friendly. For once, Feng Shiwu also cracked a joke. His attitude became much gentler, no longer as aloof as before. All right, no problem. I'll still need your help. Li Qingshan felt rather tired, but he did not slack off at all. He was not as slow-witted as Feng Shiwu. If he did not advance valiantly and diligently, how was he supposed to make it to the 9 heavens? Of course, advancing valiantly and diligently was not reckless. Everything was going according to the plan he had set down. After balancing fire and water, he had cleared away the obstacles for his future cultivation. He could work hard to push the phoenix's scripture of nerva to the 4th layer. This process could be carried out simultaneously with the phoenix's embryo, complementing each other. Perhaps it would produce wondrous effects. It was all thanks to Feng Shiwu's slow-witted nature that he was not in a hurry even after 2 years, which was why he could remain so composed. Please don't disappoint me, Feng Shiwu said sternly. Don't worry, friend. The time for harvest has arrived. Li Qingshan understood. If he could not keep his promise and hatch the phoenix's embryo, not only would the friendship he had built up be completely gone, but they might even turn against each other. No one wanted to face a hysterical great demon king. Feng Shiwu said, let's hope so. Even to me, 10,000 years is far too long. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He closed his eyes again and picked up the phoenix's embryo, circulating the phoenix's scripture of nerva as hard as he could. Not only was it in his body, but it was also in the phoenix's embryo. At this moment, he suddenly heard the wondrous sound of a zither. Feng Shiwu sat down close to him. A zither pedestal and a zither appeared before him, and the music poured out from the tip of his fingers. It was a heavenly sound that Li Qingshan had never heard before. Although he could not figure out what was special about it, he only felt his mind calm down. His exhaustion vanished, and his circulation of the cultivation method became especially smooth. He praised, nice zither. Feng Shiwu said without even raising his head, don't talk. Focus. This isn't for you either, or you'd be playing the zither to a cow. If it's not for me, then who else? Fine. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the phoenix's embryo in his arms was the true listener. He smiled bitterly. Was this the legendary prenatal education? You're just too malevolent at the end of the day. Your vulgarity is difficult to purge, so you'll probably infect the little phoenix. You need to cleanse it with the zither first. Li Qingshan sneered. He could not be bothered with retorting. As he listened to the zither, his mind gradually sank. Time flew by, and the zither's music came and went. During this time, Little An returned many times, spending a few days with Li Qingshan before setting off again. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Li Qingshan's presence became more and more powerful, and the light on the phoenix's embryo became brighter and brighter. Every single pattern seemed to be forged from sunlight. Suddenly, one day, an extremely feeble consciousness was born in the center of the phoenix's embryo. It was even hotter than fire, even more resplendent than light. It's there. It's there. Li Qingshan's cry of joy interrupted the zither's music. Feng Shiwu shuddered, almost snapping a zither string. It's there. Come over and take a look. Before he had even finished speaking, Feng Shiwu had arrived with a flash and pressed his hand against the phoenix's embryo. He also sensed the birth of the consciousness, and his expression immediately became extremely fascinating. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Although it was still very far away from actually hatching, this was without a doubt a milestone. At the very least, it proved that Li Qingshan was not lying. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Li Qingshan said. Chapter 931. In the phoenix's nest, the 2 men stared at one another. They were both filled with excitement. Why does the atmosphere feel a little strange? Li Qingshan rubbed his head. Don't daydream. Accept this power properly. Don't die. Feng Shiwu waved his hands, and his sleeves fluttered. Wutong tree branches that resembled scarlet copper extended out from all directions of the phoenix's nest, wrapping around Li Qingshan layer by layer and forming a cocoon. Come. I can't die. Li Qingshan understood Feng Shiwu's plan and roused himself. Go. Feng Shiwu bellowed out. The divine Wutong tree's roots that extended deep into the magma absorbed the flames of the earth furiously, converting them into extremely pure fire spiritual energy. Some of the thinner roots were unable to endure the tremendous flames of the earth and directly turned to ash, but he could no longer care about them. After 10,000 years of waiting, he finally saw a sliver of hope. He no longer cared about anything else. He had already paid so much, so was there still a little more left? The divine Wutong tree shook violently, and Feng Shiwu's figure blurred. Every single Wutong branch lit up with scarlet light, pouring into Li Qingshan's body like a blood transfusion. This was the purest power of the fire spiritual energy. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was about to explode. He did not feel any fear, only joy. Only a spiritual root of the world like the divine Wutong tree could do something like this, and there would not be a second chance like this. He circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, and the phoenix wings unfurled to the limit. They were unprecedentedly beautiful and dazzling, blazing with flames. Then, he embraced the phoenix's embryo firmly in his arms, communicating with the sliver of consciousness within the embryo. Having self-awareness was good, but if this sliver of consciousness resisted Li Qingshan's assistance, then it would instead be a bad thing. But fortunately, perhaps it was because of his phoenix bloodline. The phoenix's embryo accepted his soul sense very soon. Due to his experience of dual cultivating with Gongyuan, coupled with the fact that the sliver of consciousness was pure and flawless like a piece of white paper, it achieved the deepest level of compatibility very soon. As the phoenix's scripture of Nerva circulated, the tremendous power in the phoenix's embryo rapidly gathered and condensed. That bit of consciousness also developed and grew. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's cultivation in the phoenix transformation was ceaselessly improving as well. In less than a year's time, he'd attained the peak of the 3rd level. He was just about to continue working hard and break through to the 4th level, but he was stuck here. No matter how many times he tried, he was unable to break through. Damn it, I actually encountered a bottleneck at this time. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. A bottleneck was not something that could be broken through just by gritting one's teeth. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who had lifelong regrets. Once he encountered a bottleneck, he would either be enlightened overnight, or he would have to spend time to overcome it. Most of the time, both were indispensable. Under such circumstances, any external help would be useless. The surging power that the divine Wutong tree had channeled had nowhere to be released. On the other hand, the bit of consciousness within the phoenix egg rapidly grew with his help and occupied the entire phoenix egg. All right. I will do my best to help you. Let's see how strong you can become. Li Qingshan simply channeled all of the divine Wutong tree's power into the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg turned into a tiny burning sun, so resplendent that one could not look at it directly. The tremendous power that the phoenix egg possessed even began to exceed that of ordinary demon commanders. It was progressing towards demon monarchs. Even Li Qingshan could not imagine what sort of monster he would hatch into. Would it be a demon monarch the moment it was born? It couldn't be that exaggerated, right? Time flew by. Inside the phoenix egg, the thick liquid formed from pure spiritual energy began to take shape bit by bit. The tremendous life force was transforming into a true life form, an undying phoenix. Perhaps it had waited for too long. That bit of consciousness was eager to break out of the egg from the moment it was formed. In less than 3 years, the embryonic form appeared. The bit of consciousness had already completely fused with the body, transforming into a true will. Although Li Qingshan was happy, he could not help but feel somewhat regretful. At this moment, something happened to the phoenix's embryo. In a daze, Li Qingshan saw an extremely magnificent phoenix soaring through the sky. Apart from Brother Ox, it was the most powerful life form he had ever seen. It was so noble that it could overlook the entire world. The phoenix let out a glorious cry that resounded through his mind, as if it was telling him something. No, it was telling the unborn phoenix chick. Suddenly, thousands of pieces of information surged into his mind, transforming into billions of images. Every piece of information and image contained the truth of the world. They were extremely continuous, but it was difficult to clearly describe what they meant. It was like a dream, clear and real, yet vague and indistinct. After waking up from the dream, everything had turned to nothing. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. This was the legacy of the phoenix. If a person grew up in the wild, without the guidance of parents or teachers, they would not be much stronger than a monkey. Their ability to survive might even be inferior to a monkey. However, a divine beast like the phoenix was different. It was like the legendary sage that was born with knowledge. Even if it was far away from its parents before it was born, there was a natural legacy in its bloodline. The moment it awakened from the chaos, it would enlighten it, allowing it to understand where it came from and where it was going. It would not lose its way or forget who it was. This legacy of the phoenix was not wisdom imbuement. Instead, it was more like the wisdom fruit of the banyan tree king, but even more wondrous. While enlightening, it did not affect the independence of the young phoenix's will. That was why it felt like a dream to Li Qingshan. Dreams were not actually empty. Instead, they originated from the deeper subconscious of the sea of consciousness. They were far more vast and profound than the surface consciousness. This caused the young phoenix to be born with extremely high intelligence. Coupled with its natural strength, it could completely survive on its own. As Li Qingshan hatched the phoenix's embryo, he also shared in this dream of the phoenix that had been passed down through the ages. Vaguely, he seemed to be in thought, like he had gained something, and like he had lost something. All this time, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva had been the most difficult cultivation method he had ever practiced. Even with Feng Shiwu's full assistance, he still felt extremely sluggish. In the end, he reached a bottleneck, unable to take even a single step forward. In Feng Shiwu's words, he had only inherited the phoenix's bloodline, but he had not comprehended the phoenix's heart. However, probably even Feng Shiwu had no idea what the phoenix's heart was. But at this moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had comprehended it, but he was unable to describe it with specific words. The phoenix's heart never dies from Nerva. Li Qingshan murmured silently. The bottleneck vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. He had broken through to the fourth layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Before he could even celebrate, the rumbling of thunder passed through the layers of worlds and boomed by his ears. Chapter 932. As soon as it completed the prenatal education and developed intelligence in its consciousness, the first heavenly tribulation immediately descended. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback. Afterwards, he smiled. It really was the divine bird phoenix after all. It had yet to be born, yet it was already able to look down on its peers. He could not help but anticipate its appearance when it broke out of the egg and danced through the clouds. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Feng Shiwu paced around frantically. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan placed down the phoenix's embryo and backed away into the distance. The heavenly tribulation was a test from the heavens. No one could replace it. If he was too close, it would instead affect the young phoenix's tribulation. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He was rather worried. After all these years of incubation, he had developed some feelings for the unborn little phoenix. After all, he had put in so much effort. It's just an egg. If it fails the tribulation. Feng Shiwu widened his eyes and gazed at the phoenix's embryo nearby. A sliver of fear filled his eyes, afraid that he would see the egg shatter and the phoenix die. With a rumble, lightning flickered, illuminating the phoenix nest. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck the phoenix's embryo. The electricity wove into a net, covering it densely. The phoenix's embryo shone brightly as well. The complicated and beautiful patterns seemed to flow. Through the thin eggshell, the rudimentary form of the phoenix was vaguely visible. It contended against the heavenly tribulation almost instinctively. Feng Shiwu trembled all over, as if he was the one who had been struck by lightning. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder in amusement. Tribulations have always been dangerous. It's the same for everyone. Seeing how Feng Shiwu's expression became uglier and uglier, he persuaded, don't worry. It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It's very weak. There won't be any problems with the power you've channeled into it. Instead, it's a great opportunity for it to refine its strength. Feng Shiwu had become flustered from his concern. With what Li Qingshan said, he eased up slightly, but he continued to stare at the phoenix's embryo. Li Qingshan shook his head and sat cross-legged at the side. At this step, his incubation was basically completed, and the next step was up to the little phoenix. With the power of the first heavenly tribulation, even if it failed to transcend the tribulation, it wouldn't cause any fatal damage to the young phoenix. It would only consume a large amount of energy, which wasn't a bad thing. It would just ruin the strongest young phoenix in history plan, so he was in a relatively relaxed mood. Listening to the rumbling of thunder, Zhongxian calmed his mind and sensed the new energy in his body. After passing the fourth stage of the phoenix realm, both his soul and body exuded an aura of vitality. The phoenix wings on his back stretched out even more magnificently. His entire temperament had also undergone a miraculous change. There was less of an evil aura, and more of a noble aura. This was not only because of the increase in his cultivation, but also because he had received the inheritance of the phoenix. However, he was not like little Phoenix, who was a piece of pure white paper. His personality was too strong. The stubbornness of the ox demon and the warmongering of the tiger demon were deep in his bones. As a result, the influence of the phoenix's legacy on him was unable to achieve the effect of turning over a new leaf that Feng Shiwu had hoped for. Originally, each of the 4 transformations of the demonic and divine, ox, tiger, phoenix, and turtle, possessed an extremely powerful spirit. No matter which spirit he inherited, it would result in a drastic change in his personality. However, as they intertwined, they instead nullified one another, creating a wondrous balance. In the end, they only became one side of his personality. He did not lose his original heart. Li Qingshan leaned on his hand and closed his eyes, visualizing the dancing phoenix in his sea of consciousness. The rumbling of thunder in the outside world gradually grew distant. His cultivation and strength had both reached an unprecedented height. He could clearly sense that he was only a step away from the third heavenly tribulation, the realm of demon kings. No, it was only half a step away. He only needed to balance fire and water a step further, and he would become a demon king. From then on, he would be able to move unhindered. In the past, he had the opportunity to directly become a demon king, which was to directly push the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the fifth layer. However, not only would that affect his future cultivation, but his foundation would also be nowhere near as solid as it was right now. Even if he became a demon king, he would only be a little stronger than regular demon kings. Right now, he had yet to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, yet he already possessed the same confidence. Once he underwent the tribulation successfully and obtained 4 brand new abilities, he was curious about what kind of strength he would possess. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, it's about time for me to move. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning dispersed, Feng Shiwu let out a long sigh of relief and smiled in relief. What did I say? It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It'll definitely. Before Li Qingshan could even finish, he was interrupted by a crisp crack. Feng Shiwu's face stiffened. Li Qingshan followed his gaze and saw a tiny crack appear on the top of the phoenix's egg. In their eyes, it was even more terrifying than 100 bolts of lightning. Li Qingshan did not understand the process of a phoenix's birth, but the chick had just taken shape. It should not have hatched so quickly. Could it be that it had been struck by lightning? He murmured, surely not. Just when he was about to rush over, Feng Shiwu had already lifted up the phoenix's egg. He stared at the crack with widened eyes and channeled his power into it furiously, wanting to repair it in a flurry. However, the tiny crack completely ignored the great demon king's pleas, spreading on its own. Crack, crack. The expanding crack produced streaks of resplendent light. The crack spread more and more rapidly. By the time it covered the entire phoenix's egg, what would appear before them probably would not be hatching, but shattering. As for a premature baby, let alone becoming the strongest in history, it probably would not even be able to keep its life. Li Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's roar rang through the phoenix nest. Shut up. Give it to me. Li Qingshan snatched the phoenix's egg and circulated the phoenix's scripture of Nerva in an attempt to mend the crack, but he was not confident at all. Having incubated the egg for several years, he knew the best that the phoenix's egg was a perfect entity. It was basically a world of its own inside. Right now, what shattered was not the eggshell, but the miniature world. The phoenix's scripture of Nerva alone was useless. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, suppress it. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared above Li Qingshan's head, shining with peaceful light and forcefully suppressing the light from the crack. In the end, it enveloped the entire phoenix's egg, forming a blue cocoon. By now, the crack had basically covered the entire eggshell, ripping apart the beautiful, complicated patterns. It was in an extremely unstable state. How did this happen? Feng Shiwu grabbed Li Qingshan by the front of his clothes. Calm down. Li Qingshan glanced at him and sighed inside. At the end of the day, he had still underestimated the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. In terms of power alone, the phoenix's egg was even more powerful than when he underwent the second heavenly tribulation and became a demon commander. However, it was nowhere near as intelligent. It still did not know how to use its power properly. It had basically used the very tip to endure the attack, which was why it ended up like this. All life forms had to go through the process of growing stronger. Sure enough, it was not without reason. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was not fun. This level of suppression was not enough to maintain the phoenix's egg's stability. He said sternly, "I'm going to do something next. Promise me that you won't be rash." "All right." Feng Shiwu hesitated, understanding that now was not the time to look for trouble. Li Qingshan expanded, assuming his demon form and swallowing the phoenix's egg in a single gulp. Chapter 933. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he was heavily restrained. An unstoppable force crushed over from all directions. The phoenix's nest twisted and changed shape. The Wutong branches danced about like demons. Calm down. Li Qingshan raised his hand and bellowed out, Do you still want to hatch the egg or not? Only with that did Feng Shiwu gradually calm down. Just what are you trying to do? Obviously hatch the egg. Right now, the egg is in danger of shattering and exploding at any time, so I need to suppress it. Only when it's in my body will I have the best chance. Don't be so impulsive all the time. This is all your idea. You'd better succeed. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Don't worry. There'll be a result very soon, very soon. Li Qingshan was completely unfazed by Feng Shiwu's threat. He laid down with his arms as a pillow. His colossal body was like a small, black mountain as his thunderous voice reverberated through the surroundings. He naturally gave off a mighty presence, something he did not possess in his human form. Feng Shiwu shivered inside. If I give him another decade, probably even my phoenix's nest won't be able to keep him in check. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, I hope we can be friends and not enemies. Li Qingshan focused and sensed the scorching, uneasy phoenix's embryo in his belly. He could not help but pat his belly and smile to himself. This really is like being pregnant for 10 months. Originally, I said I could do everything apart from giving birth, but now I can even give birth. Isn't that invincible? Ha 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 ha. Feng Shiwu did not respond to Li Qingshan's cold joke at all. He furrowed his brows and asked, "How do you feel? You better not accidentally digest it. Don't worry, it's already settled down. If you don't believe me, you can listen to it." Li Qingshan shivered. All right then. That really is a little too cold. Pretend I never said anything. However, under the illumination of the spirit turtle's divine light, the crack on the phoenix's embryo remained, but it did not expand. It stabilized once again. The young phoenix inside slowly grew, gradually filling out with feathers. Li Qingshan had cultivated for a decade, advancing valiantly the entire way without stopping. He also felt rather tired right now, so he just spread his limbs and fell asleep. How dare you sleep? Feng Shiwu shook his head. He could also sense that as he slept, his presence became more and more distant and drawn out. His mind seemed to sink into the depths of his sea of consciousness, becoming extremely tranquil. The phoenix's embryo in his belly was affected, no longer in danger of shattering. Li Qingshan had not slept for many years. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, he no longer needed to rely on sleep to restore his spirit like mortals. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to dream. As the saying goes, the supreme have no dreams. Dreams come from one's mind. Cultivators have a peaceful mind, so they won't dream even when they sleep. However, when he was in this devilish state, not only did his strength obtain absolute relaxation, even his mind was relaxed along with it, and he inadvertently activated the divine talisman of great creation that he'd practically forgotten. All of a sudden, the divine talisman of great creation, which had exhausted all of its power, suddenly glowed with colorful lights, interweaving into a bizarre dreamland. His past life, his present life, the ox, the tiger, the turtle, the phoenix, and the various worldly affairs were all there. Suddenly, he woke up from the dream one day and felt a powerful surge in his belly. The phoenix's embryo trembled violently, and the light suppressed by the spirit turtle was released from every single crack. Feng Shiwu sensed something and appeared, standing on top of Li Qingshan's towering nose. He asked in a hurry, "How is it?" Li Qingshan scanned it with his soul sense. The young phoenix had all the feathers, beak, and claws. It had completely taken shape, flying around in the phoenix's embryo in an attempt to break out. Over a decade of hard work had finally paid off. He could not help but be overjoyed. "I've got it." Before he had even finished speaking, his belly rumbled like thunder. His belly immediately swelled up, and he felt a wave of heat. The phoenix egg suddenly shattered, and a ball of flowing fire flew out. It was only a few feet in size, but it emitted an incomparably noble aura. It was precisely the legendary divine bird. Its phoenix eyes were wide open, and they were filled with intelligence and spirituality as it searched for a way out of this cave. Li Qingshan opened his huge, cave-like mouth and called out, "Come out." The little phoenix let out a clear cry and unfurled its beautiful wings, passing through the long cavern. A speck of light appeared before it. The light rapidly expanded, flying past 2 rows of sharp, pure white teeth. Finally, it saw the outside world. A wondrous thought appeared in its young but intelligent mind. There were still layers of eggshell outside the egg, so what was beyond the outermost eggshell like? Feng Shiwu spread his arms, welcoming the birth of the little phoenix. His face was ravished with joy, so excited that he almost cheered out loud. The little phoenix nodded gently at Feng Shiwu and let out another clear cry. It surpassed all other sounds, passing through the phoenix's nest with clarity. Even the divine wutong tree swayed and glowed. An intense feeling of happiness immediately filled Feng Shiwu's heart. It knows me, it knows me. Without any hesitation, he had already confirmed with a single glance that the phoenix's nest that had been empty for tens of thousands of years now had a new master. The phoenix did not rest unless it was a wutong tree, and if the wutong tree did not have a phoenix, how could it demonstrate its pride and aloofness? Friend Feng, I didn't let you down. Are you satisfied now? Li Feng said. Li Qingshan laughed aloud like thunder. Satisfied, satisfied. From today onwards, you, Li Qingshan, are my friend. A sliver of sternness appeared on Feng Shiwu's overjoyed face, demonstrating just how serious he was about the word friend. This was even rarer than the friendliness of the banyan tree king. People who stood aloof would never have too many friends, but once they became his friends, they would never disappoint them. Even when he faced the Dragon King of the Sea, he would not hesitate at all. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, he suddenly heard a familiar rumble of thunder. His expression changed slightly. Another heavenly tribulation. The thunder gradually drew closer, like a chariot rolling over through the air. Before it had even begun, its might had already surpassed the first heavenly tribulation. Not only had Li Qingshan fulfilled his promise to hatch the phoenix's embryo, but he had even fulfilled his promise to become the strongest phoenix chick. The moment he hatched, he had crossed the boundary of the second heavenly tribulation. He wanted to reach Demon Commander, but he had to undergo the heavenly tribulation first. Qingshan. Feng Shiwu's expression changed drastically. The phoenix's embryo had almost shattered during the first heavenly tribulation, let alone the second. Once he failed, all his efforts would be for naught. All his efforts would be for naught. Right now, the little phoenix was only equivalent to a newborn infant, yet he was about to challenge the heavenly tribulation immediately. Just how dangerous was this? Just treat this as the first lesson of its life. No matter how much external assistance it receives, if it wants to walk its own path, no one can replace it. Whether it succeeds or fails, it's all up to it. Li Qingshan smiled and roared at the little phoenix. If you want to accomplish something extraordinary, how can you not challenge it with your life on the line? Go. The little phoenix lowered its head and listened attentively, as if it was being taught a lesson. Afterwards, it raised its elegant head and gazed at the approaching lightning. A smear of determination flashed through its eyes. Suddenly, it unfurled its wings and took to the air, welcoming the first bolt of lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning collided and shone with rainbow light. The feathers that had just sprouted withered one by one, like a colorful snowstorm. Feng Shiwu's heart suddenly tightened, while Li Qingshan silently cheered it on. The tribulation lightning was like blades, slashing viciously against the little phoenix's young body and leaving behind horrific wounds. Although it possessed the innate ability of endless growth, the speed at which the wounds healed was nowhere near as fast as the tribulation lightning's destruction. However, its clear cry became even more resolute and courageous, dancing about in the lightning. Even the thunder was unable to suppress it. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. Although the little phoenix's usage of power was still very immature, it was no longer the same as when it was still a phoenix embryo. It possessed a lot of intelligence and flexibility, and it possessed a sense of bravery and determination. It was unaffected by life-threatening danger, using everything it had to fight back with everything it had. Feng Shiwu discovered this as well. He could not help but glance at Li Qingshan. Had it been influenced by him? Phoenixes possessed a noble and pure heart, unwavering even in death, but they had never been known for their bravery. After who knew how long, when the final rumble of thunder dispersed, the sound still lingered in Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu's ears. The scorching light was particularly dazzling the two of them. Afterwards, all they saw was the little phoenix gently comb its new feathers with its vermilion beak, gaining a hint of elegance and freedom. Li Qingshan grinned and laughed aloud. Feng Shiwu closed his eyes gently and exhaled deeply. Now this could be considered a great success. The little phoenix flew down and transformed with a shake of its body, turning into a child that seemed to be 2 or 3 years old. It was draped in rainbow-colored feather clothes, with 7 long feathers trailing behind it. Its mind was clear and its eyes were clear, and it seemed like it had been carved from jade. Even in human form, it did not lose the bearing of a phoenix at all. Fucking hell, it's been far too difficult. Fortunately, I'm strong enough. Fathers, I haven't disappointed you. The voice was clear and enchanting, filled with naivety, but it made Feng Shiwu shudder all over. His smile froze. Li Qingshan also scratched his head. What did you call me? Father, don't tell me you want me to call you mother. The little phoenix blinked its eyes. It was especially cute. No, he's not your father. You're the son of a phoenix, so you have nothing to do with this bastard. I can call you uncle, though. No, you're a phoenix, so how can you speak like that? Feng Shiwu was thrown into chaos. This was far different from what he had imagined. Of course I understand my identity and origins, but if it weren't for your painstaking care and hatching, I wouldn't be who I am today. In the past, the peacock swallowed the Buddha, and the Buddha emerged from the peacock's back, also taking the peacock as his mother, let alone the kindness you've shown me. This form of address is the most appropriate, isn't it? As for words, that's just a small matter. There's no need for you to mind it, father. The little phoenix said with a tender voice. Combined with its dancing little hands, it seemed even more adorable. However, even Feng Shiwu could not refute what it said. With the phoenix's legacy, it could be described as born with knowledge. Chapter 934. Feng Shiwu considered it seriously with a frown. He could still accept the form of address as father, albeit reluctantly. But what the fuck was with the fuck? He could not accept it at all. The first 3 words the little phoenix uttered after being born were actually vulgarities. He had truly wasted all his years of hard work. Li Qingshan, just what did you do? Just like how Li Qingshan had accepted the phoenix's legacy, his dream had also silently provided the little phoenix with a form of prenatal education. Apart from the phoenix's legacy, he had added the Green Mountain's legacy, which led to a wondrous change. This change made Feng Shiwu grind his teeth in hatred, but it made Li Qingshan extremely happy. He felt extremely close to the little phoenix as soon as he looked at him, as if he really was his own child, which was why he accepted him as his son so happily. How would I know? Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. He rubbed the little phoenix's head and smiled. My good son, I'm the first father. That uncle over there is the second father. Do you understand? I understand. The little phoenix nodded with a smile. He was naive. He felt natural admiration towards Li Qingshan who had hatched him. Shut up. I'm the first father. Feng Shiwu vaguely guessed the whole story. He knew that now that it had reached this point, there was no turning back. His priority right now was to take the initiative and carry out a strict education on the little phoenix, preventing Li Qingshan's influence from growing any further. As a result, he was determined to obtain the title of first father. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, and there was a flash of light. He did not like being the second father. Feng Shiwu smiled in disdain and had already extended his hands towards the little phoenix. He said gently, "Come, baby, come to first father." "Sure," said the little phoenix. Li Qingshan smiled. "Don't listen to your second father's nonsense. Aren't you already with first father?" He glanced around and met Feng Shiwu's gaze. Sparks flew. A moment later, "Let go. You're a proper gentleman. Don't you know how to give way to friends? Moreover, is this how a father should act?" Li Qingshan hugged the little phoenix firmly, preventing Feng Shiwu from taking him away. "You're the one who should let go. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. You have to fight for the matter today." Feng Shiwu grabbed the little phoenix's feet and demonstrated his determination. "Stop pulling, it hurts, you bastards," the little phoenix exclaimed. He was a demon commander, and as a divine bird phoenix, his true strength far surpassed regular demon commanders, approaching the Demon King realm. However, neither of his fathers were weak. Feng Shiwu, that old demon, went without saying. Right now, Li Qingshan could butcher demon kings like it was child's play. When it came to a fight, the little phoenix would never have the final say. "Little brat, don't you know the rules? How can you talk to your father like this?" Li Qingshan reprimanded, not loosening his grip at all. "Sai, you really are far too rude. You need to be properly taught. Li Qingshan, this is all because of your influence. Why don't you let go?" Feng Shiwu became even more determined. "I don't want you as fathers anymore. You two bastards, bastards, bastards." The little phoenix began to struggle violently. He must have been influenced by Li Qingshan. When he became stubborn, he refused to give in to anyone. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu exchanged glances and frowned. The same thought flashed through their minds. This isn't going to work. I haven't even gotten the title of first father, and I'm about to lose my position as a father. Compared to my dignity as a father, who comes first and who comes second is secondary. Fine then. I'll count to 3, and we'll let go at the same time. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "All right," Feng Shiwu said. 1, 2, 3. Li Qingshan counted to 3. "Why don't you let go? How can a gentleman go back on his word? Aren't you the same?" "I treat gentlemen in the ways of gentlemen, and I treat villains in the ways of villains. Don't even think about lying to me. You're far too evil." The little phoenix was on the verge of tears. He had witnessed the viciousness of human nature and the hardships of the world the moment he was born. Finally, after a series of negotiations between Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu, the little phoenix landed on the ground steadily. However, what followed was a storm-like reprimand. The little phoenix could not help but regret what he had said just now, expressing that he still accepted them as his fathers. He no longer dared to call them bastards anymore. His little face was filled with grievance, and he was filled with regret inside. Just now, he should not have randomly acknowledged them as his fathers with the joy of being reborn. Don't be like that. Just wait for first father to take you to see the colorful world and enjoy its prosperity. How about that? Li Qingshan rubbed the little phoenix's head with a smile. All right. When? The little phoenix was still a child at the end of the day. He immediately tossed his unfortunate encounter just now to the back of his head. He was already eager to leave this larger egg and see the outside world. Li Qingshan immediately felt great about himself. I may not have been a father in my 2 lives, but I've seen quite a few fathers run. Right when he was about to reply, Feng Shiwu interrupted him. No, now's still not the time. You've only just been born. Do you know just how dangerous the outside world is? How many people want to use your blood to extend their lives? You still have far too many things to learn. The little phoenix's face immediately drooped, looking at Li Qingshan for help. Li Qingshan said, "Do you think I'll let anyone harm him with me around? Not to mention, it's not like he's a chick who's afraid of being stepped on no matter where he goes. Back when I first came out, who knows how much worse I was compared to him right now, but didn't I still manage to survive until now?" Feng Shiwu completely ignored Li Qingshan. He said to the little phoenix, "Take care of him. If I don't agree, even he won't be able to leave." "Sai, are you trying to use force?" Li Qingshan said furiously. "So what?" Their gazes clashed once again. The phoenix's nest woven from the divine Wutong tree turned into a tremendous restraining force. In this region of space, Feng Shiwu was the master. However, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gave off a violent aura. Even Feng Shiwu was unable to suppress him immediately. Over a decade of arduous cultivation was nothing to scoff at. A major characteristic of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was that it became more difficult the further it progressed, but it also became more powerful the further it progressed. After breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of the Phoenix transformation, as well as harmonizing fire and water a step further, his current strength was even greater than when he first entered the phoenix's nest. At this moment, a figure arrived beneath the divine wutong tree and entered the phoenix's nest. Her clothes were extremely simple, but they were unable to conceal her beauty at all. Her face was expressionless, but her clear eyes gave off an indescribably mysterious aura. Little Anne had returned. Arriving in the phoenix's nest, she saw how Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan were currently at daggers drawn, staring at one another. She was slightly surprised. According to her calculations, the chances of them falling out were very low, unless irreconcilable conflict arose, such as the shattering of the phoenix's embryo. However, the unfamiliar child was clearly the newborn little phoenix. This should have been enough to make them friends. When she understood the entire story, she could not help but become rather at a loss as to how to react. As a result, she asked a question. She pointed at the little phoenix and asked, "What's his name?" This. Only then did Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu suddenly remember this. Isn't naming the child something that a father should consider first? Feng Shiwu came to a realization. Yes, little Anne, you're the one who's the most sensible. I've almost become muddle-headed from anger from this bastard. I'll obviously be the one to do the naming. You better keep your mouth shut about those ignorant, incompetent people. All right, I'll leave the name to you. Li Qingshan did not mind. So you do have some self-awareness after all. Feng Shiwu was very surprised. He just needs to follow my surname. Li Qingshan smiled. That's intolerable. As a result, the old conflict was resolved with a new one. Little Anne shook her head and walked over to the little phoenix. She felt like there was a need to observe this son that Li Qingshan had hatched. The little phoenix took a step back in fright. None of the mental legacies he had received had given him the attribute of cowardice. Even when faced with tribulation lightning, he could face it fearlessly. However, little Anne, who could charm all living beings and was like a goddess, made him feel a sliver of fear, as if he had encountered an extremely dangerous monster. The phoenix was a divine bird of eternal life, but the oath of the path of white bone and great beauty was to destroy all life. It was no longer bloodthirsty, but extermination. Little Anne stopped and thought, so it really is a divine bird. His bestial instincts had risen to a divine level. He had spent over a decade with the divine nun of the South Sea, yet she had sensed nothing. Instead, a newborn chick had sensed something. Feng Shiwu noticed this too. He glanced at little Anne in confusion and asked the little phoenix, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan smiled. "What's wrong? Frightened? I'm not frightened. I'm not afraid of anyone. I was just surprised earlier." The little phoenix immediately widened his eyes before walking over to little Anne. He raised his head and gazed at little Anne, expressing that he was fearless. "As long as you're not afraid." Little Anne smiled and scooped up the little phoenix. The little phoenix shivered inside. Her hands were as warm as white jade, and she gave off the smell of sandalwood. The rare smile on her face was even more alluring, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. Actually, he was not too sure what he was afraid of. Of course, he had no idea that this sense of fear would accompany him for a very, very long time. As soon as little Anne let go, the little phoenix flew out. Li Qingshan and Feng Shiwu became hostile again, exchanging a few verbal blows. The atmosphere heated up, almost to the point of fighting. The little phoenix clapped his little hands and cheered, "Fight! Fight! The stronger one is the first father." The child doesn't want to see the two fathers fighting among themselves. Little Anne appeared behind the little phoenix again and pressed his hands against his shoulders gently. He lowered his head and asked, "Am I right?" The little phoenix fell silent. Yes. Don't fight, father. I don't want to see it." Feng Shiwu replied with a question, "Little girl, then what do you think we should do?" Little Anne said, "Why don't we play rock paper scissors?" Feng Shiwu was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Rock paper scissors seemed like a child's game, but it was not that simple when it came to actual competition. Reaction speed, mental control, and most importantly, sensing the changes in the heavenly secrets. That's a good idea. What do you think? Feng Shiwu asked Li Qingshan. He personally believed he was a major realm of cultivation and a few minor realms higher than Li Qingshan, so he possessed an absolute advantage when it came to the heavenly secrets. Victory was guaranteed. I obviously have no objections to Little Un's idea. Li Qingshan smiled. I'm just afraid you'll go back on your word after you lose. Chapter 935. How is this possible? Feng Shiwu stared at his right hand in a daze. He raised his index and middle fingers, forming a scissors. On the other hand, Li Qingshan clenched his fist. It was clearly a rock, currently smiling resplendently. Feng Shiwu originally possessed absolute confidence in his heavenly secrets, but in the moment they clashed just now, he felt like all of the heavenly secrets had been shielded from him. He could no longer tell what Li Qingshan wanted to do. His mind became slightly flustered, and Li Qingshan grasped the opportunity, making a judgment based on the movements of his hand. In a split second, the outcome had already been determined. What's impossible about it? A loss is a loss. Do you accept it or not? Li Qingshan waved his rock at Little and before grinning at the little phoenix. My good son, you better follow your first father's surname, Li. Mighty be first father. The little phoenix gave him a thumbs up. Qingshan, why don't we go out of 3 and win 2? Feng Shiwu whispered, forcing out a hint of pleading with great difficulty. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan turned him down firmly. A large part of his victory this time was luck. Even though the spirit turtle shielded him from the heavenly secrets, it was impossible for him to see through Feng Shiwu's next move. If Feng Shiwu had not shown an opening, his chances of victory would have been less than 30%. If they went at it another 2 times, who knew what the outcome would be? Feng Shiwu stammered for quite a while, but he was not a person who would go back on his word after all. His principles forced him to accept this result, but he was unable to accept it no matter what. I know Senior Feng feels indignant, but please think about it, Senior. Qingshan's strength may not be as great as Senior's right now, but what about a century later? It's impossible for the Phoenix's child to remain on Fire Melt Mountain forever under Senior's protection, and it's impossible for Senior to wander around. The 9 provinces are so vast, so who can protect him? Parents love their children, so they have far-reaching plans. Please think about it, Senior. Little and spoke tirelessly, unlike Li Qingshan, who spoke and acted without restraint. Her considerations for him were even more far-reaching than his own. Maintaining a good relationship with Feng Shiwu would bring him extremely great benefits. Not only was he a powerful ally, but he also had to continue practicing the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. If he wanted to break through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix in the future, the divine Wutong tree would still be the best place for cultivation. With Feng Shiwu's assistance, he could basically achieve twice the results with half the effort. Little girl, you're worthy of the word wise. Even though I know that you're cooperating with this brat to plot against me, I have to admit that what you said is very reasonable. If his surname is Li, then his surname is Li. If his second father is second father, then so be it. Feng Shiwu sighed. He was quite insightful. He could tell that Li Qingshan possessed tremendous potential and had a very great chance of ascending. He was indeed worthy of being called the first father. You should have done this long ago. You name it. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Feng Shiwu had a plan a long time ago. After a moment of thought, he said, the phoenix is male, and the phoenix is female. You might as well follow my surname for the second character, which is Feng. Yuan is the beginning. Your rebirth and reincarnation from today onwards, your lifetimes, will all begin today. That's why I'll name it Yuan. What do you think? Li Feng Yuan. Li Feng Yuan. The little phoenix murmured softly. His little face became more and more delighted. He straightened his posture and landed on his knees. He bowed deeply. Thank you for bestowing me with this name, fathers. I will never forget your kindness of rebirth. He raised his head, but there was no one before him. As it turned out, Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan had moved to the side at the same time, avoiding his bow. Are the 2 fathers dissatisfied with me? Li Feng Yuan pouted. Feng Shiwu said, Don't forget about your bloodline. Since you're the son of the phoenix, you shouldn't bow to anyone, even us. Li Qingshan smiled. I hate kneeling to others the most, and I hate it when others kneel to me. As for your kindness of rebirth, that's even more bullshit. You don't owe us anything. Feng Shiwu and Li Qingshan exchanged glances and smiled. Li Fengyuan sank into his thoughts. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he leapt up from the ground and clapped his hands happily. I understand, I understand. I understand. It's not high, nor is it low. It's not coming, nor is it going. I definitely won't disappoint the two fathers. No, I won't disappoint myself. Little An sighed inside. It really was the legacy of the phoenix after all. This affinity for comprehension and spiritual qi was extraordinary. Feng Shiwu said, but I'll tell you the ugly truth first. As long as you don't gain my recognition, you can't leave Fire Melt Mountain. Qingshan, you have no objections, right? If you want to manage it, then so be it. I'll go consolidate my cultivation. Feng Yuan, learn well from your second father. There'll be a day when you soar through the skies. Actually, Li Qingshan had never been in such a mood in the first place. Time was far more important and urgent to him than Feng Shiwu. He wanted to advance as valiantly and diligently as possible so that he could fulfill the promise of the 9 heavens. It was just that he had never been willing to bow down to others, much less become the second son, which was why he wanted to compete. Now that the difference between them was clear, he might as well just leave the specific matters to Feng Shiwu. He had plenty of time anyway. He believed he would be even more qualified than him when it came to education. Not only did this child who was born as a god possess exceptional intelligence, but he was also born with great strength that approached demon kings due to many fortuitous coincidences and painstaking efforts. At the same time, he possessed an extremely great curiosity. If he was not properly guided, he would probably become a little demon, a great demon of chaos in the future. Even if he ignored the distant future, undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation was only a matter of time. There was basically no possibility of failure. As a matter of fact, it would not even take him a lot of time. Meanwhile, even the 10 demon kings might not necessarily be able to keep a pure-blooded phoenix that had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation at bay. Demon kings that regular birds and beasts transformed into were basically an entire major realm of cultivation before him. In this aspect, although Li Qingshan possessed many different bloodlines, resulting in many abilities, every single bloodline was impure after all. As a matter of fact, they even affected one another, so they paled slightly in comparison to the phoenix's bloodline. Of course, this was because he was too greedy. There was nothing for him to complain about obtaining the body of a demonic god as a mortal. Moreover, his bloodline would constantly strengthen until it became pure. At that time, even the supreme divine bird would be left in the dust. Li Qingshan left the phoenix's nest and sat down under the divine wutong tree. Little An leaned against him gently and whispered into his ear, Qingshan, when you fell asleep, the world was already in chaos. The flames of war raged everywhere. Really? The Mist Province and the Green Province have declared war? Li Qingshan roused in vigor. Sniffing the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her, he felt refreshed. They've already declared war 2 years ago. There have been over a dozen major battles and countless smaller ones. 5 great cultivators have died, but they're in a semi-truce right now. Why? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Because the 2 provinces are facing disasters, said Little An, the locust plague of the Green Province and the demon plague of the Mist Province. Chapter 936. Is it because of the flying locust king? If it was a normal locust plague, no matter how great the impact, it would only affect a single prefecture. At most, only the mortals would suffer because of it. How could the King Chu of Qingju stop the war because of this? Even an ordinary demon king would not be able to do this. Exactly. I don't know how he escaped from the demon suppression hall. It's related to the time you entered the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall with that senior brother One Lamp. I never thought back then, but with the soaring locust king's hatred towards the Chan monastery of Deva Nga, How could he let him go so easily? So that's how it is. But no matter how strong he is only one person. Could it be that there is no one in the Azure province that can deal with him? There's something you don't know. His innate ability allows him to have countless incarnations, and it's hard to tell which one is real and which one is fake. The various parties in the Green Province have joined hands to hunt him down several times, but to no avail. At most, they can only eliminate a swarm of insects, but they can't find where his real body is. After all, he has suffered a great loss, so he is very cautious. The 72 demon monarchs of the past were indeed not weak. Even though they have been suppressed for thousands of years, they are not ordinary demon monarchs. Back then, the Chan monastery of Devarengia only suppressed him. Looks like it wasn't out of goodwill, but there was nothing they could do. Only now have I learnt that out of all the demon kings in the world, the Chan monastery of Devarengia is the only one who wants to suppress him. He leads a swarm of trillions of insects, and wherever he passes by, the ground will be scarlet. Humans, livestock, vegetation, and vegetation will all be devoured. It's said that over 100 cities and countless villages have already been destroyed. Over 10 million people have died to the insects. So ruthless. Li Qingshan frowned deeply. Once such a great demon king decided to go on a killing spree, it wouldn't just be a matter of eating a few people. Instead, it would be a matter of slaughtering a city and destroying a country. It would be even more terrifying than a natural disaster. If this situation could not be contained as soon as possible, it was unknown how many people would die in Qingju. Moreover, according to Little Anne's description, these locusts were clearly not ordinary insects. If this went on, not just mortals, but even some of the weaker Qi practitioners would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. If that happened, the foundation of the Green Province's cultivation world would be destroyed. The Chan monastery of Devarengia is probably going to summon us back. Perhaps they've already sent a message, except the King of You has blocked it. Little Anne's eyes were serene. Looks like it is. Aren't you going to ask me whether I want to go back or not? Li Qingshan asked. At the very least, they were still disciples of the monastery in name. Fire Melt Mountain was 50,000 kilometers away from the Chan monastery of Devarengia, separated by mountains and valleys. Even to cultivators, it was a relatively great distance, and he was behind enemy lines too, so the Chan monastery of Devarengia could not order him around. You have to go back whether you want to or not. Little Anne smiled. The one who knows me best is Little Anne. Li Qingshan laughed heartily and kissed her cheek. Right now, the Green Province was like a giant whirlpool. Once one stepped into it, there would immediately be all sorts of disputes. Here, the Banyan Tree King was his friend, and the divine Wutong Tree would also protect him. But in Qingju, the Dragon King of the Sea was his mortal enemy, and there was also the Soaring Locust King. Here, he could use his complicated identity to transcend the war. The King of Southern You would not demand anything from him. But if he returned to the Green Province, both his identity and Little Anne's identity would definitely not allow him to remain uninvolved. However, he had to return, as there were still promises he had yet to fulfill, debts he had yet to repay, and lovers he had yet to spend time with. He pursued power, not to run away. If he only had to guard an empty mountain alone, what was the point no matter how powerful he became? As a result, he wanted to return. The current him was no longer the same as when he first came to the Mist Province. He was not confident that he could face any predicament or any enemy. I've been cooped up for so long, so it's about time for me to go out and take a walk. It'll be easy for me to reach a bottleneck if I cultivate alone. Oh right, how's your cultivation going? I've already comprehended the third layer of the path of white bone and great beauty, but I'm lacking a lot of resources. Little girl, you must already have a plan in mind. Tell me about it, Li Qingshan urged. Do you remember the demon plague I mentioned earlier? Little Anne smiled. Oh, I haven't asked. What exactly is it about? The root of the demon plague still lies in Bone-Eating City. Little Anne told him everything about the demon plague. As it turned out, the demon domain had opened passageways to invade the world of the 9 provinces many times in the past. Although these passageways had all been sealed off after the battle, and the world itself could repair them, some of the larger passageways were difficult to repair. They could only be sealed up and suppressed, which was known as a land of demon suppression. Is Bone-Eating City a land of demon suppression like this? Li Qingshan had already learnt about Bone-Eating City through the myriad poison ancestor a long time ago. That place was basically a living city of demon folk, so it made perfect sense for the Bone-Eating Shaman King to do something like that. No, or the King of Yu's estate wouldn't have been caught so unprepared. The demon suppression hall we visited in the past is a true land of demon suppression. It's watched over by your master, the unraging monk, all year round, so it's actually very safe. However, not all places of demon suppression have a large sect like the Chan Monastery of Nga watching over them. Even if they do, the demonic sects of the Mist Province are probably extremely willing to collude with demon folk. They might even possess greater power. Li Qingshan understood that these demonic cultivators could do anything as long as there were benefits. Yes. There are especially many places of demon suppression in the Mist Province. Demon chi surges into the air everywhere now. The demon folk have come again. A mere bone-eating shaman king can actually achieve something like that. Li Qingshan was rather doubtful. After the Battle of Fire Melt Mountain, he understood that even great cultivators were not invincible. It was not like the king of Southern Yu's estate was to be trifled with. Was it really impossible for them to not be able to handle a single one? A single bone-eating shaman king? The king of Southern Yu leveled Bone-Eating City to the ground a year ago. The bone-eating shaman king fled into the demon domain with heavy injuries, but in my opinion, he only played the role of a guide, making the demon domain notice this place again. They saw an opportunity and launched another invasion. Actually, as long as demon folk are determined, they can still open a passageway here even without those places of demon suppression. So he's a guide. Li Qingshan could not help but recall the history of his past life. The invasions of other races were often inseparable from internal strife. The Great Xia Empire had stabilized the world and forcefully united the humans and diamonds, so the invasions of demon folk were pointless. Now that the world was in chaos, the humans, other folk, and diamonds were all in conflict, unable to work together. If it were the Green Province, then so be it. Righteous sects like the Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Nga still had the spirit to sacrifice themselves and purge demons, but in a savage land like the Mist Province where demonic cultivators roamed freely, who would be willing to risk their lives to fend off demon folk? There would probably be groups of guides. Looks like the king's estates of the two provinces aren't the only ones waiting for an opportunity to strike. Treating the 9 provinces as a chessboard is just a lie. No one can predict all the variables on this chessboard. I understand what you're trying to say. Since no one is willing to play the hero, then let's do it. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed at the sky. The path of Whitebone and Great Beauty was destined to be built around massacres on a large scale, but let alone the fact that he disliked killing innocent people, even if he did not care at all, from a rational perspective, indiscriminate slaughter would definitely lead to the rejection of the entire world. In the end, he would be besieged from all sides. And, these invading demon folk happened to be the best enemies. With a clang, he drew Tiger's Fang and pointed it at the sky. My blade is already dying of thirst. Several days later, 50 kilometers to the north of Fire Melt Mountain. Amidst the chain of volcanoes, there was a flowing river of magma. There was a small island. A small flower bloomed from the fiery red rocks. At first glance, it looked like a dandelion, but its color was bright red like flames. On the two sides of the river of magma, 2 shamans wielded weapons as they faced one another. One was a burly man with a head of messy, fiery red hair. The other was a skinny man with skin like charcoal. His body was tattooed with flame-like patterns. He stared at the red flower on the patch of sand greedily. Black Ghost, this is the king of savages' territory. Do you really want to fight me? The burly man suppressed his voice, as if he would alarm something terrifying if he spoke any louder. You son of a bitch, the blood of regular fire devourers flows through your veins. Don't you know that the king of savages hates fire devourers the most? If you alarm him, he'll crush you to a pulp with a single punch. Don't even think about taking the fire velvet flower from me. The 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain was a special blessed land. It nurtured many wondrous treasures that could not be found elsewhere. The fire velvet flower was one of them. However, the fire devourers were too powerful in the past, so outsiders could not approach this place at all. Ever since the fire devourers were destroyed, the king of savages occupied the main peak of Fire Melt Mountain and entered secluded cultivation. Only then did a few bold shamans and cultivators approach this place to dig up some fire spiritual stones and so on. Let alone the fact that Li Qingshan was in the phoenix's nest and knew nothing about this. Even if he did, he would not care. These wondrous treasures were completely useless in his eyes. As time went on, more and more bold people gradually appeared. They constantly approached the depths of Fire Melt Mountain in a probing manner. After all, the closer they got to the main peak, the more good things there would be. Riches came from danger. Whether it was shamans or demonic cultivators, neither of them lacked courage in this aspect. Where there was interest, there would be conflict. Who knew how many times something like this had happened in the 400 kilometers of Fire Melt Mountain today? The two of them feared one another, but neither of them were willing to give up. Right when a great battle was about to erupt, a tender, clear voice suddenly rang out, "You two bastards, what are you doing in my home?" A fair-skinned child dressed in rainbow-colored feather leapt out of the magma. He glanced around with his intelligent eyes and seemed to understand the whole story. He said furiously, "How dare you pick my flower? Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you with a single spit?" The burly man and the black ghost were both taken aback. Their faces sank. They were both at the first heavenly tribulation, otherwise, they would never have ventured so deeply into Fire Melt Mountain. They could be regarded as powerful figures in their respective tribes and sects, revered by everyone. Now that someone had suddenly scolded them, their feelings could obviously be imagined. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so insolently before me, the Fire Venerable? Are you tired of living? The burly man bellowed. His muscles bulged as he thought rapidly. This is clearly the king of savages' territory. I've never heard of a child like him, and he's so young, yet he speaks so boldly. He even says this is his home. Don't tell me he's a flower spirit from the fire velvet flowers. It all made sense if that was the case. So he was just putting on a show. The cultivation community did not care much about outer appearance or age, but just how powerful could a child of 2 or 3 years old be? He was probably just born. Most importantly, under the guidance of a certain Wutong tree, the child did not give off any powerful aura. His crude words and actions nullified the noble and mystical aura he was born with. Chapter 937. A streak of scarlet light pierced through the air, and the center of the burly man's forehead lit up. Suddenly, there was a gentle breeze, and the light deviated slightly, brushing past his ear. The burly man only felt his ear heat up. Before he could even react to what had happened, he was still cursing, "You bastard, you've really grown tired of living. Just watch as your grandpa." Before he could finish, he saw the black ghost's face filled with shock and horror as he looked behind him. He could not help but turn around and discover a fiery red hole had appeared in the rock behind him. It went from thin to thick, running straight through the mountain. Even the rock that had withstood the flames of the earth for millions of years showed signs of melting. The burly man gulped. This did not seem like something a newborn flower fairy could achieve. If the hole had appeared in his head, then his 7-foot-tall body would be done for. As the saying went, you'll eventually run into a ghost after a long night. Fire Melt Mountain really was not a good place. Why did it deviate? Li Fengyuan scratched his head in doubt. Whatever, let's do it again. A shadow loomed over him, and a huge hand descended from above, pressing down on his tiny head and pushing it down viciously. Boom! The shoal split into pieces. Lava sprayed into the air as waves of air whistled through the surroundings. What's happening now? The brawny man and black ghost widened their eyes. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw a stalwart man squatting on the river of magma. He pressed the arrogant and despotic child's head into the magma with one hand. Tingju collapsed and disappeared. The roar was obviously the result of the collision between the two. The child who had almost claimed their lives had been pressed to the ground with a single hand, which left them with a surreal feeling. From this person's appearance and strength, was he the king of savages, Li Qingshan? This thought made their hearts skip a beat at the same time. They had just dodged a wolf, only to be met with a fierce tiger. They really had not checked the almanac when they went out today. They were looking for death. Putting themselves in his shoes, if an outsider had invaded their territory, and they had come to steal, then not only would they kill them, but they would even use all sorts of torture to serve as an example to others. Not to mention that the savage king was famous for his ruthlessness. He would kill without batting an eyelid. His reputation was like the shadow of a tree. He was dead for sure. Thank you for saving my life, King of Savages. I've admired your great name since a long time ago and wanted to serve you, but unfortunately, I wasn't fated to do so, so I've been pacing around Fire Melt Mountain the entire time just to see you. My dream has basically come true today. The burly man dropped to his knees with a plop and said in great emotion, a tear squeezing out from the corner of his eye. Black Ghost secretly scolded him for being soft. He couldn't say such shameless words. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Qingshan reprimanded Li Fengyuan. Brat, are you done yet? What did your second father teach you? Don't spit anywhere and don't swear. I don't think you took it to heart at all. The muscular man and the black devil were both startled. So this was really that child's home. If this child wasn't the Savage King's disciple, then he was his son. No wonder he was so fierce and overbearing. Moreover, hearing the King of Savages' words, their hearts turned cold. Not spitting or cursing was more important than their lives. You're the one who taught me all of this. Father Foam already said that I shouldn't have been like this. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Li Fengyuan struggled as hard as he could, refusing to accept this. The river of lava surged, but how could he resist Li Qingshan's divine strength? Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him out of the lava. He crossed his arms and his face was filled with indignation. He could not help but smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for me, would you still be here? Spitting and cursing isn't some great crime. This is called being open-minded. Your second father doesn't understand that at all. He's as smart as a woman, talking behind someone's back. Rumble. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain in the distance shook violently, as if it was about to erupt. Li Qingshan stopped talking and sniggered, only to discover that Li Fengyuan was smiling the same way, as if he was saying, "Why aren't you talking anymore?" Li Qingshan could not help but shake his head. He really could not shirk this responsibility, so he changed the topic. Why didn't you cultivate properly? Why did you sneak out? First father, I've come to see you off and get some fresh air. Li Fengyuan clasped his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. You knew I was leaving? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. We're father and son. I know exactly what you want to do, first father. You're begging me to take you with me, right? Li Qingshan smiled. It's not like your second father's opponent, so what's the point of begging you? Li Fengyuan showed a hint of disdain. You don't try to provoke me. Anyway, your second father is right. Now is not the time. Go back. Li Qingshan let go. You're still too weak right now. Your father has many enemies. When you fight, I might not be able to protect you. Don't worry, father. I'll definitely cultivate properly. When the time comes, I'll help you fight. I definitely won't get in your way. Li Fengyuan patted his chest and guaranteed. All right. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He really did live up to his name. He really did suit his temper. He could not help but recall what Brother Ox had said in the past, so he said, I'll be waiting for that day. Logically speaking, Li Qingshan's long dream was completely insignificant compared to the Phoenix's legacy, but Li Fengyuan's personality just happened to be deeply influenced by him. Even Feng Shiwu could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. All he could do was sigh. A piece of rat poop spoils the entire pot of soup. Then what do we do with the two of them? Li Fengyuan pointed. Li Qingshan glanced past them, and the burly man and the black ghost both shivered. Li Qingshan said coldly, we can't let them leave here. Little Feng Huang'er's existence was anything but trivial. If it was made public, who knew just how many people would covet her? It was better to avoid trouble. The two of them felt like they had been struck by lightning. They called out, "King of Savages, show mercy." "All right." Li Fengyuan roused in vigor. He rubbed his hands and pursed his lips, showing no fear toward slaughter at all. "Don't kill them either." Li Qingshan could sense that to him, killing people was like a child crushing ants. What virtue or guilt? It was all bullshit. There was only the purest joy. This was not a good sign. Although he would not be able to avoid being dyed in blood, he had to understand the meaning of slaughter. "Why?" Li Fengyuan's face collapsed. He was very unhappy. "They even want to steal my flower." As he said that, he raised his right hand, which surprisingly held the fire velvet flower. "Since when?" Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. It really was a natural divine bird after all, the leader of the feathered species. In terms of talent alone, it was thousands of times greater than the cowherd boy of the past. "Because I'm stronger than you," Li Qingshan said sternly. "If you say you can't, then you can't." "First father, you're being unreasonable," Li Fengyuan called out. Feng Shiwu was a modest gentleman. When he interacted with Li Fengyuan, he paid special attention to the bearing of a gentleman. He was not as overbearing and unreasonable as Li Qingshan. "Father, my surname is Li. I'm the most reasonable." Li Qingshan smiled, making Li Fengyuan cry out in anger. "Anyway, you do as you see fit. I'm about to set off." Li Qingshan glanced out of the corner of his eye. Little Anne was floating on a distant mountain. "Goodbye, father. Fengyuan, I wish you victory in every battle and prosperity in martial art." Li Fengyuan's expression was serious. He crossed his hands and bowed. His feathered clothes drifted about. Although he was very young, he already possessed a sense of composure. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He took a step through the air and arrived on the distant mountain. "Come and visit me when you have time." Li Fengyuan took a few steps forward, and a layer of mist covered his eyes. Tears trickled down his cheeks. They were all fire-red and translucent, landing on the fire velvet flower in his hand. They immediately bloomed even more resplendently. At the end of the day, he was still a child. He was not used to parting. Although they were not true father and son, and they had not spent much time together, he felt a special closeness to this father who had passed his surname to him. "Wait for me to return. If you can't take 3 moves from me, I'll kill you." Li Qingshan's voice rang out from afar. He had already disappeared into the sky. "All right." Li Fengyuan wiped his tears away and looked around. The burly man and the black ghost were secretly looking at him. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a good man cry before? You two bastards, get over here." The mountains rose and fell, the trees were dense, and the mist was continuous. Li Qingshan and Little Anne flew over 5,000 kilometers and arrived before Savage Mountain. They passed through the thick mist and arrived in a valley. The scene before him made him slightly surprised. There was a city in the valley. There were many temples and pavilions, and it was bustling with noise. If not for the banyan tree king blocking out the sky, it would seem like the first time he had come to Savage Mountain. The banyan tree king's gratified voice rang out in his mind, "You're back. I'm back. It's good that you're back. Someone has been waiting here for a long time." "Oh, who is it? Who is it? Stop right there. How did you get in here? How dare you barge into my Savage Mountain?" A man with a painted face and a spear jumped out and questioned loudly. His gaze landed on Little Anne, and he was unable to move it away. He revealed an infatuated expression. "I should be the one asking that." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He no longer purposely held back, allowing his aura to spread out as he strode towards the great banyan tree. The man with the spear shuddered. He felt like the tall man before him was growing taller and taller, blocking out the sky. He was like a mountain pressing down on him. The valley fell silent. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, and their hearts beat like drums. A while earlier, a monk had been munching away in a noisy tavern. His face was dark and ugly, and his grey monk robes were covered in a layer of grease, turning it black and yellow. He wore a large string of prayer beads around his neck. From time to time, people would greet him and joke, "Ugly monk, you really can't live without meat." The ugly monk would raise his head and open his oily mouth, revealing a simple and honest smile. The ugly monk had come to Savage Mountain over 2 years ago. Back then, the two provinces had yet to formally declare war, and Savage Mountain had already developed to a relatively large scale. Many shamans and cultivators gathered here. Although it was no longer a place of escape like before, this was still the South after all. Finding a kind-hearted person here was even more difficult than ascending. The ugly monk's arrival disrupted this phenomenon. His simple and honest face displeased people everywhere. In the beginning, some people thought he was faking it. There had never been a lack of actors like him here. However, gradually, everyone realized that was not the case. The ugly monk was truly naive. He did not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Instead, he tried to persuade people to be kind. The kind will be taken advantage of. This was basically a saying of wisdom. Persuading people to be kind was no different from cursing them. As a result, the ugly monk suffered even more beatings and curses. If it were not for the fact that killing was forbidden in the valley, he might have been beaten to death a long time ago. This continued until one day, when the people whom the ugly monk had tried to persuade countless times began to vanish one by one, but the cave masters remained silent. It was said that the ugly monk had turned into a monster and eaten the people who had gone missing. He was actually the direct disciple of the first cave master, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, which was why everyone became polite to him. However, the ugly monk remained the same. He remained simple and honest, persuading people to be kind. No one knew his name or Dharma name, nor did anyone know where he had come from or why he had remained here until now. The ugly monk suddenly raised his head and leapt to his feet. He said in surprise and joy, "First senior brother." Right when he was about to rush out of the tavern, he suddenly studied himself with a frown. He shook his clothes, and his monk's robes became as clean as before. He pulled himself together, and there was not even a speck of dust on him. The greasy prayer beads around his neck recovered their crystalline luster, flowing with different colors of light. He had turned into a clean, ugly monk. He turned into a gray shadow and arrived before Li Qingshan. He brought his palms together and bowed. "First senior brother, do you still recognize me?" Chapter 938. Not long. It's only been 2 years. First senior brother, it's been 20 years since we last saw each other, so it's already been so long. Li Qingshan suddenly sighed. Just his secluded cultivation on Fire Melt Mountain had taken over a decade. Coupled with the years he spent in the south, it really had been 20 years. To mortals, 20 years was an eternity. Even though it was not exactly a period of time, it was still a period of time in which people had changed. However, to cultivators, it actually felt extraordinarily brief. Before him, the little demon folk he had saved in the demon suppression hall had already grown up before he knew it. Although he had yet to undergo the second heavenly tribulation, his cultivation was no longer weak. "First senior brother, master wants me to invite you back. Senior Banyan Tree King said you're currently in secluded cultivation, so I'll be waiting for you here." "I understand." Li Qingshan patted Duo's shoulder and continued towards the great banyan tree. Duoj was afraid to rush him. He followed behind silently. From the beginning till the end, he did not look straight at little and at all. At this moment, a fatty the size of a mountain of flesh received him. He smiled from ear to ear. "My king, you've emerged from seclusion." Behind him were 7 or 8 cave masters, all of whom Li Qingshan had never seen before. They gazed at the king of savages before them with different expressions and bowed together. "Greetings, king of savages." Second fatty, "No, first fatty, you still haven't undergone the third heavenly tribulation. I'm sick of being the king of savages." Li Qingshan smiled, but he did not stop. "You only know how to make fun of me, my king. How can I covet your throne? Even if I really undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'll still be your subordinate." The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mountainous body caught up to Li Qingshan's footsteps with great agility. He took half a step back. "Allow me to introduce you, my king. These are the new cave masters of my savage mountain. There's no need for introductions. Just remember them yourself." Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let alone the fact that he was about to leave the Mist Province, even if he stayed here as the king of savages, remembering these people's names and origins was meaningless to him, so he might as well save himself the trouble. The new cave masters looked at each other in dismay. They had long heard that the king of savages was extremely arrogant. Now that they had seen it for themselves, it was true that he considered everyone beneath him. However, even the gentleman of heavenly blubber was behaving so subserviently, so they dared not act rashly. They followed behind him silently, which made sense to them. It would instead be abnormal if someone like him did not have some arrogance. Li Qingshan walked alone, with the various cave masters following behind him. From time to time, there would be people following him from both sides of the street. They had to be people who had survived the heavenly tribulations and had some reputation. Miscellaneous people could only watch silently from the side. When the group of people walked by, they would lower their heads. The gentleman of heavenly blubber introduced the various changes that had occurred in the south during the decade or so that Li Qingshan had spent in secluded cultivation. The place that had changed the most was Savage Mountain. The current Savage Mountain was no longer the place of escape it had been in the past. After the myriad poison cult was destroyed, it had replaced it as the center of the southern border. Under the King of Savages' great banner, the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the other two cave masters waged war everywhere. Those who submitted to them would prosper, while those who opposed them would perish. They gathered people from various aspects of the southern border, forming an organization that was neither a sect nor a tribe, but more like a gang. "My king, your return is like a vicious tiger returning to the mountains, rallying everyone with a single call. King of Savages is no longer enough to describe you. I think you can change it to King of the South. You'll unite the South and establish yourself as a king," the gentleman of heavenly blubber flattered. Actually, he was not lying. The myriad poison cult and the fire devourers had already been destroyed. The divine Wutong tree could serve as a powerful ally, while the merfolk of the South Sea could be regarded as allies. The two supreme human kings and demon kings of the Mist Province were extremely friendly with Li Qingshan too. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan had already made a name for himself in the Mist Province. All of the manpower and resources in the south were at his disposal. He truly was like a tiger crouching on a mountain, mighty and awe-inspiring. Duoch followed behind Li Qingshan and glanced around. He discovered that the cave master's gazes towards him had changed, becoming a little more respectful. As it turned out, he had the Banyan Tree King vouching for him, such that even if he killed a few villains who had committed countless crimes on Savage Mountain, the cave masters would not be able to do anything to him. However, their gazes towards him were rather hostile. After all, he had broken the rules of Savage Mountain, and there were plenty of disciples and followers of the cave masters among the people he had killed. A vicious, barbaric land like the South could not tolerate a Buddhist disciple who was so compassionate. He was basically imprisoned in the valley. If Li Qingshan refused to acknowledge him as his disciple upon his return, the cave masters would immediately swallow him alive. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the most amiable to him, basically being recognized as his direct successor by outsiders, but he was prepared to swallow him whole at any time. However, after Li Qingshan acknowledged him as his junior brother, the gentleman of heavenly blubber would glance at him from time to time. He seemed even more amiable and kind. However, within his pride, he also felt deep worry. Master is right. First senior brother is definitely not someone to be trifled with. He'll accomplish something no matter where he goes. Who knows how much more powerful his cultivation has become compared to 20 years ago, but will first senior brother return to the Green Province with me under these circumstances? Li Qingshan asked the gentleman of heavenly blubber a little more and learnt that Yu Xin was no longer on Savage Mountain. Instead, she found this place too noisy, so she had gone to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. He could not help but smile. She sure knew how to pick a place. In terms of blessed lands alone, The myriad poison cult could be regarded as the greatest in the south, except it was not as large as Savage Mountain. However, as a large sect, it was more than enough to serve as her personal dwelling. And, while the myriad poison cult had been destroyed, neither the outer formations nor the internal structures were damaged at all. Their various functions were still present. Just the medicinal gardens inside were filled with many precious spiritual herbs, which were extremely suitable for alchemy and cultivation. In the past, he had ordered the myriad poison ancestor to cooperate with her to refine pills, but she did not waste this opportunity, taking control of the blessed land along with him. Then Li Qingshan asked, "I heard demon plagues are happening everywhere in the Mist Province. How's the south?" Actually, he had already learnt from Little and that the demon plagues in the south were the most severe across the entire Mist Province. If the Mist Province was a land of wilderness, then the south was the wilderness among the wilderness. In the ancient times, it had been an important region for demon folk to invade, leaving behind many places to suppress demons. If it were not for the divine nun of the South Sea and the master of the sword pavilion running about everywhere, purging demons and protecting the righteous path, perhaps this place would have become the world of demon folk already. Savage Mountain would not even exist. However, he still wanted to hear the opinion of the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, the actual commander of the greatest organization in the south. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber deliberated over his words. There are a total of 21 demon caverns of various sizes in the south. 9 have been sealed up now, so there are still 12 left. Demon folk are extremely vicious and stubborn, just like the legends, and they become even more powerful and strange after demonifying. They're extremely difficult to deal with, so the second cave master has always been running about outside. What about you? Haven't you thought of a way to assist him? Li Qingshan stopped and turned around to ask. The dense group behind him immediately stopped, falling silent. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was left speechless. Who would be willing to waste their precious cultivation time and risk their lives to fight demon folk? The second cave master, the Marquis of Serene Sea, was under the King of Southern Yu's orders, so he was forced to run about and risk his life. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber could not wait to watch the show from one side, eager for him to die in the demon plague. Why would he think about assisting him? I understand. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. How could he not understand what the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was thinking? Actually, if it were not for the sake of finding resources for Little Un's cultivation, he would never have thought about fighting demon folk either. Even if the sky collapsed, there were tall people to hold it up. Those great demon kings and great cultivators were not worried, so what was a White Hawk commander like him supposed to do? The so-called overall situation of the Mist Province and the entire world was something that only the King of Southern Yu and the Emperor of Great Xia had to consider. It was not because of how great they were, but because it had to do with their personal interests. To regular individuals, it was not that they could not see the long-term dangers of the demonfolk's invasion, but if they lost their lives, what long-term benefits would there be to discuss? What are you following me for? You can all disperse. Go do whatever you need to do. Arriving under the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan glanced backwards and waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. The feeling of a vicious tiger returning to the mountains was quite nice, but tigers were solitary animals at the end of the day. They did not need too many people to follow them around. Most importantly, all the monkeys could provide were wild fruits. They could not satisfy the tiger's appetite, so all that was left was the vanity of lofty superiority. It was enough for him to experience it once in a while. Li Qingshan and Little An arrived on the great banyan tree. The banyan tree king asked with a smile, "Did you get along well with that fellow Feng?" Chapter 939. Right now, the sun was shining brightly. Even with the thick canopy of green leaves, there were still stars. Specks of light flickered. Li Qingshan spoke casually, as if he was not talking about the demon folk who had stirred up the world, but regular people. It was not because of arrogance. This confidence had been forged from his own slaughter. In the past, under the Demon Suppression Hall, he had used the Demon Suppression Statuary to kill tens of thousands of demon folk despite being unable to use his powers as diamonds. After so many years, his painstaking cultivation had not been for show. He could now use his abilities without any qualms at all. He believed he could put up a fight against any opponent he faced. Under the great banyan tree, the people who had yet to disperse all raised their heads. They were all stunned. Everyone knew about the horrors of the demon plague. A small part of the reason why Savage Mountain could develop to its current state was because of the demon plague. The shamans and cultivators in precarious situations had come here to seek protection. When they heard that, they gained a better understanding of the King of Savage's arrogance. Purging the demons. Why? The great banyan tree swayed gently, and the light flickered with it. To enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, obviously. Li Qingshan smiled. Little Un's path of white bone and great beauty was far too evil, just like his 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. He did not want anyone to know about it, so there was no need for him to go into too much detail. That's not wrong. The foreign invasion has overturned the universe. If you can do something about it, you'll have done the world a service. The Banyan Tree King did not delve too deeply into the matter. He switched to communicating secretly. It's just a pity that the world won't give me any benefits. That's not necessarily the case. The will of heaven is vast and unpredictable. Although it's different from living creatures, it still has its own laws and laws. Haven't you heard of the blessings of heaven? The Banyan Tree King said secretively. Over the past tens of millions of years, he had extended his branches high into the sky and plunged his roots deep into the ground, so he had an extremely deep understanding of the heavens and earth of this world. The wonders within were difficult to explain to outsiders. The godfolk have resisted the demonfolk for many years. Isn't that a great service to the world? In the end, their divine kingdoms still collapsed and they were reduced to other folk. Where are the blessings of the heavens? Li Qingshan was unconvinced. There's the will of the heavens above, and there's human affairs below. Do your best and be content with the will of the heavens. The blessings of the heavens aren't direct beneficence, nor will they directly participate in the changes of the world, but they are everywhere. I can't see it or touch it, so I still have to rely on myself. Li Qingshan spread his hands. The Banyan Tree King smiled and said, "There is nothing wrong with relying on yourself. Since you have this intention, I will naturally lend you a helping hand. However, you have to consider this carefully. The more devil's dens you clear, the less pressure King Chu will face. Then, he will be able to pour more power into the north. The King Chu will not be happy to see that. I'm still a Buddhist disciple and a White Hawk commander after all. This has always been my responsibility, so how can I care about their discord? I refuse to believe the Chan Monastery of Devarengia will blame me because of this. Not to mention that once I return to the Green Province, I still have to find a way to deal with that locust, so I might as well just let the two of them have nothing to worry about and fight to the death." Li Qingshan said. Little An had mentioned this before, but with how vast the world was, cultivation was the most important. As long as he and Little An both underwent the third heavenly tribulation, who cared who was happy? The King Chu would be more than eager to rope him in. The soaring Locust King, although he has been suppressed by the Chan Monastery of Devarengia for far too long and is still extremely weak right now, his cultivation is still there, and his most skilled in devouring everything to recover. He won't be so easy to deal with. And, don't forget that the lowest floor of the Demon Suppression Hall happens to be a demon cavern. It's probably not a coincidence that the Locust Plague and the Demon Plague started at the same time. He's just a demon's guide. Though, when there are too many debts, there's no need to worry about them. It's not like I'm missing one more enemy. Now that I've returned to the Green Province, I obviously have to find a way to settle my grievances. Li Qingshan said firmly. Then he thought of something and asked, "I almost forgot to ask. What do you think about the demonfolk's invasion, fellow? Just like how diamonds and demons were inseparable, diamonds never had the moral values of humans. Even if this world turned into a demon domain, it would just be all the human cultivators becoming demonic cultivators. However, even the righteous cultivators of the current era would never hesitate when killing diamonds. Even if the environment did not become better, it was not exactly worse either. After all, The ancestor god that the bone-eating shamans worshipped was a demon god. I'm already very old. Although I personally believe I'm rather tolerant, I've grown accustomed to the current environment. If this world turns into a demon domain, I probably won't be able to adapt to it, the banyan tree king said slowly, but I can't make my children throw their lives at others over the stubbornness of an old man like me. Sigh, sure enough, old trees have many roots, and old people have many words. You can just listen to what I'm saying. I see. You sure have hidden yourself well, old man. Li Qingshan broke into laughter. As it turned out, this demon king of the Mist Province was a warmonger. He advocated resisting the demonfolk's invasion, but he appeared to be a peacemaker to the outside world. In the past 2 years, he had drawn the diamonds away from the demon caverns as if it did not matter how the world turned out. This also touched on the conflict between the humans and diamonds. After all, no one had no standpoint. Even for the banyan tree king who was renowned for his peace, as long as he had a standpoint, there would be pros and cons. He would not be able to avoid scheming and planning. If the humans suffered heavy losses after this great chaos, then even if the diamonds did not rule over the 9 provinces again, their days would still be much better. The king of Southern Yu has talked to me quite a lot, wanting me to take part in the battle. I'll treat you as one of my subordinates and deal with him. How's that? All right. As long as you give the order, I'll be at your beck and call. Though, are there any benefits in it? Li Qingshan rubbed his hands. Kid, you're still trying to act innocent after getting what you want. Earlier, you wanted my advice, and now you're asking for benefit. I'm just saying. I know the will of the heavens is unpredictable. There's no benefit in just being blessed. As long as you understand. Why don't you take out the mental map of the Mist Province? Under the Banyan Tree King's guidance, the various demon caverns of the Mist Province were all marked out, including the situation of each demon cavern, such as roughly how many demon folk there were, their general strength, who was currently suppressing them, and so on. Li Qingshan was sincerely convinced. This old tree king had a combination of spy satellites, computer analysis, and strategic planning. He felt like he had been enlightened. After a slight discussion with little Anne, Li Qingshan decided to go from easy to difficult, choosing a demon cavern in the south. Right when he was about to set off, he heard the Banyan Tree King's voice again. Don't forget, I owe you a banyan fruit. Go get it from Towering City when you have the time. Li Qingshan grinned and patted the tree. I'll never forget it. The banyan fruit was the legendary fruit of wisdom, a crystallization of the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. It could enlighten one with wisdom, but it would not disturb one's mind. It was rather similar to the phoenix's legacy and extremely precious. Li Qingshan had once ingested one, and the effects were extremely impressive. It took a lot of effort for the Banyan Tree King to produce one too. This branch had already produced one before, so producing another would take another millennium at the very least. As a result, he could only get Li Qingshan to collect it from his main body. Li Qingshan had come to seek advice from the Banyan Tree King in the first place, so this fruit of wisdom was basically a free gift. He was showing great kindness. Chapter 940. A crescent moon illuminated the barren mountains, flickering in and out of the clouds condensed from black-red demon chi. It had also been dyed scarlet. A huge stone demonic formation was erected on the barren mountains. The jagged rocks were engraved with strange demonic inscriptions, standing in rings one after another. Demon chi surged into the air from the concentric rings, connecting the sky and the earth, spreading out into thick, demonic clouds in the air. Looking down from above, people surged about on the barren mountains. The densely packed demon folk surged about like ants. Under the command of the demon generals, they carried the stone pillars to their designated locations. As the stone pillars were erected, the surging demon chi became denser and denser, shrouding the stars and moon. Although their bodies completely surpassed mortals, the arduous work still filled the demon folk with complaints. They were not the low-level corpses and ghosts of the hungry ghost realm. They also had normal emotions. Crack. With the crisp sound of a whip, a four-armed, four-legged demon folk supervisor swung the metal whip in his hand, lashing it viciously against the head of a slacking demonfolk. His brain immediately burst open, and he rolled down the mountain. This is the fate of anyone who dares to slack off. Keep working. Don't stop. The demonfolk supervisor swept his metal whip and glanced down the mountain, smiling viciously. The slacking demonfolk's corpse rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain, where it stopped moving. A while later, the corpse suddenly leapt up, rushing off into the jungle with half of its head still. Pairs of red eyes lit up in the jungle. Squeak! Squeak! Black figures whizzed through the canopy, chasing after the fleeing demonfolk and swooping down. As it turned out, it was a group of wild monkeys. These monkeys that should have been regular beasts had become abnormally vicious. Basically all of their fur had fallen off, revealing their muscular bodies and sharp claws and teeth. The prolonged, miserable cries of fleeing demonfolk rang out in the jungle. The demonfolk supervisor sneered a few more times. "Mph, everything within 50 kilometers of the demon cavern has been affected by demon chi. It's not just the wild beasts. Even the trees have been demonified. It's just wishful thinking if you think you can escape with just your tough life force. The stronger your life force, the greater the pain you endure." However, when a demon general glared at him, the demonfolk supervisor immediately stopped smiling. He thought viciously inside, "You're just a mere demon general. You might be slightly stronger than me, but you're still expendable. Even a few demon commanders have died. I'd like to see how long you can remain complacent for." Crossing a long, straight gully, he could not help but think of the majestic sword chi he had seen 3 days ago. He shivered inside. There were several dozen gullies like that on the barren mountain. The huge stone pillars had been cut in half smoothly. The demonfolk's primary job was to repair the huge stone formation. In the center of the huge stone array, where the surging demon chi was located, there was a huge and strange purple-red ball of flesh floating in the air. Blue veins and blood vessels were densely intertwined, and thousands of tentacles with hideous sharp thorns were floating quietly. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they seemed sinister and strange everywhere. At first glance, they were almost exactly the same as humans, but upon closer inspection, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, some had a pair of wings, and they were dressed in strange clothes of various colors, giving off a ghastly and strange feeling. At first glance, they seemed exactly the same as humans, but at a closer glance, some of them had 4 or 5 eyes, while others had a pair of wings. Coupled with their strange, colorful attire, they gave off a sense of gloom and strangeness. The moon flickered in and out of view. The demonfolk were currently in full swing. The purple-red ball of flesh suddenly trembled, and its thousands of tentacles straightened out as if it was searching for something. It was cautious. "Sir." The demon commanders began to move. Like statues that had sprung to life, they bowed towards the purple-red ball of flesh politely. "That sword cultivator has come again. Activate the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous and prepare for battle." An invisible thought radiated out from the purplish-red ball of flesh. The demonfolk cast aside what they were doing and dispersed loudly, gathering towards the demon cavern in the center of the huge stone formation. The demonfolk overseer swung his iron whip and sent a few demonfolk blocking his way flying. He strode forward. The 12 stone pillars under the feet of the 12 demon marshals suddenly lit up with demonic light. The stone pillars on the periphery also lit up. In the blink of an eye, all the stone pillars were lit up, illuminating the entire barren mountain. The demonic chi faintly formed a majestic city wall. "I wonder if I can survive this time. That sword cultivator is even more powerful than regular demon kings. Even that big bastard, the 1,000 Tendrils King, suffered greatly in their first clash. All he could do was maintain his demonified form. Those important figures have their own ambitions, yet they just have to make us risk our lives for them. What a bunch of kind-hearted people. They deserve to die, they deserve to die." The demonfolk supervisor thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard a strange, shrill whistle. Before he could even respond, a streak of light tore through the air and whistled over, killing its way into the grand city formed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Light shot out in all directions as sword chi surged. Wherever it passed by, demon chi split open and the stone pillars snapped. Swept by the residual sword chi, the demon folk were torn to pieces and scattered. The 1,000 tendrils king swung his tentacles madly, lashing them at the streak of light. At the same time, he radiated with invisible waves of demonic consciousness in an attempt to disturb his opponent's mind. However, the sword cultivator merged with his sword, twisting and turning between the tentacles and cutting through them one by one. His heart of the sword had been thoroughly tempered, so it was not affected at all. Yi Duanhai, there will be a day when I flatten your South Sea Sword Pavilion and kill everyone close to you. I'll make you watch them wail until they die with your own eyes. The 1,000 tendrils king's roars filled the demonic clouds as demon chi surged. The newcomer was the master of the sword pavilion, Yi Duanhai. He said nothing coldly, completely disdainful of speaking to the 1,000 tendrils king. However, in less than 10 minutes, he had pulled back. He felt rather helpless inside. Although he seemed to have gained the upper hand, he was unable to deal a fatal blow to the 1,000 tendrils king. And, under the influence of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, advancing was even more difficult than moving through the thick earth. His powers were depleted extremely quickly, so he could not fight for long. In that short period of time, the sea-splitting sword in his hand had become covered in a layer of gloominess, tainted by demon chi and demon blood. It would take quite a lot of effort to clean it up. If he just left it there, it would gradually turn into a demonic weapon, which would affect his heart of the sword instead. Of course, he could choose to put his life on the line or organize even more people to surround him, but once the situation went awry, the 1,000 tendrils king would immediately retreat to the demon domain. It would be impossible for him to pursue them, and the other demon caverns would receive the news and speed up their attacks. As a result, this was destined to be a war of attrition. Right now, all he could do was constantly wear them down, preventing the demon folk from gaining a stable footing. Eventually, there would come a day when they could no longer withstand the exhaustion and would retreat. However, he understood very well that this hope was minuscule. Compared to the previous invasions of the demon folk throughout history, this could only be regarded as a probe right now. It was not even a true attack, let alone a general attack or a decisive battle. Thinking up to there, he could not help but frown. Just what kind of state would the world of the 9 provinces fall to? Chapter 941. That's right. Yi Duanhai raised his guard instinctively. The sea-splitting sword in his hand thrummed slightly as he was slightly surprised. Since when did the Mist Province gain an expert like this? He can actually make me feel threatened. As a great sword cultivator, his heart of the sword was clear, allowing him to make a sharp judgment over the strength of others. Although the Mist Province had plenty of great cultivators and great diamonds, there were only a handful that could truly threaten him. Even if he was not their opponent, he could advance and retreat with ease. However, in that moment, he could clearly sense that if he became enemies with this meteor, he could not even guarantee that. The meteor fell extremely quickly. Its target was the barren mountain. Yi Duanhai found the light to be rather familiar. He raised an eyebrow. It's him. The meteor arrived before him, and the wind and fire dispersed loudly. A handsome man with scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, and a pair of horns appeared. He was clad in scarlet demonic armor with an azure armament hanging from his waist. He withdrew his phoenix wings and clasped his hands. Pavilion Master Yi, long time no see, Li Qingshan. Yi Duanhai could not help but be slightly surprised. He praised, "You haven't wasted the past decade or so. Time waits for no one." Just when Li Qingshan was about to make small talk, the demon chi he gave off alarmed the 1,000 tendrils king. He called out, "You have a demon heart. You're also a demon. Lend me a hand and kill this sword cultivator. I have endless benefits for you." Li Qingshan sniggered, revealing his sharp teeth. He turned around and asked, "Brother Meatball, can you tell me in detail just what these endless benefits are?" Yi Duanhai grew even more cautious. He silently tightened his grip on the sea-splitting sword. He also doubted Li Qingshan's intentions for coming here. "Don't be rude. I'm the 1,000 Tendrils King. Kid, the demon domain can give you whatever benefits you want. Once we take over this world, even making you the lord of a province won't be an issue," the 1,000 Tendrils King tempted him. "Really?" Li Qingshan behaved like he was interested. "Really?" The 1,000 Tendrils King waved his tendrils like a human waving his arms to increase his persuasiveness. However, he was secretly mocking them in his heart. These people from the outer domain are really stupid. They have a demonic heart, but they actually trust others. Yi Duanhai pulled away from Li Qingshan and reminded him, "Li Qingshan, don't forget who you are. Pavilion Master Yi, don't worry. I just want to see how much I am worth. I heard that in order to rope in the cultivators of the 9 provinces, the demon region would put out a lot of good items." Li Qingshan waved his hand and abandoned Yi Duanhai. He approached the demon cavern, arriving at the edge of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. That's right. The demon domain has opened its doors wide to convert people into demons. People like you who possess a demon heart are even more fortunate. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Pick up the butcher's knife and immediately become a demon. Don't hesitate and quickly convert to the demon domain. I can see that your demonic nature is not weak and you will soon become a demon king. In the future, you might even surpass me and become a demon emperor. The 1,000 Tendrils King saw how tempted Li Qingshan was, so he spared no effort in persuading him. The demonic senses he gave off vaguely possessed a soul-stirring charm. "But I don't want to be the lord of a province. Can I ask for something else?" Li Qingshan tilted his head. "What do you want?" For example, this ball of flesh." Li Qingshan pointed his finger straight at the 1,000 Tendrils King's original body. "What did you say?" the 1,000 Tendrils King said furiously. "Heh, I can tell you're reluctant to part with it. Whatever, I'll just take it myself." Li Qingshan smiled resplendently before suddenly widening his eyes. The nightmare tiger's demon eyes. A scarlet tiger appeared behind him. Its body was as large as a mountain, flickering in and out of existence. Only its eyes were extraordinarily focused, staring at the 1,000 Tendrils King. Glancing past from the corner of his eye, the barren mountains fell silent. The demons were all shocked, while the weaker demon folk felt like they had fallen into a nightmare. The 1,000 Tendrils King trembled as well, becoming slightly distracted. By the time he returned to his senses, Li Qingshan had already vanished from where he was, appearing in the center of the formation before the demon cavern. He raised his right hand gently, and with a clang, Tiger's fang left its sheath. In that moment, an extremely sharp streak of light whistled through the air, cutting through the surging demonic chi in a single stroke. Yi Duanhai was alarmed. Even among great cultivators, he ranked towards the top in speed with his sword, yet Li Qingshan had actually surpassed him. The power of the strike was even more startling. "That's only because I've weakened the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous by a lot, but that's already extremely terrifying. He hasn't even undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation." Among diamonds, the ones with the fastest speed were obviously those with feathers, and the phoenix was the god of feathers. Li Qingshan had pushed the phoenix transformation from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer, which increased his speed tremendously. Li Qingshan turned around again and produced a circular blade aura, swinging out a second time. Wherever the blade aura reached, the 12 demon commanders could not even demonify in time. They were swallowed up by the blade aura and reduced to smithereens. After what seemed like a very long time, the 12 stone pillars collapsed. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous had fallen, the demonic clouds in the sky dispersed, and a crescent moon shone down on Li Qingshan. His long, scarlet hair that drifted in the air had yet to touch the ground. Yi Duanhai finally stopped worrying. Li Qingshan had not come to submit to the demon folk, but this was the Li Qingshan in his memories. Even when he was weak, he refused to lower his head, let alone now. The demon chi around the demon cavern was extremely dense. Even great cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they stayed here for a while. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and the demon chi surged in, channeling it into his demon heart. His demonic armor became even more resplendent. There was not a single part of Li Qingshan that feared demon qi. The ox demon and tiger demon were demons in the first place, so the phoenix demon and spirit turtle were even less afraid of measly demon qi. The demon suppression statuary directly used demon qi as a resource. To regular cultivators, this was the greatest disturbance and obstruction, but it was instead a form of assistance to him. Li Qingshan lowered his head and took a look. Tiger's Fang had devoured the essence blood of the 12 demon commanders, filling up with blood-red light once more. With a flip of his wrist, the blade rose up into the air. A streak of light rushed into the sky, directly towards the 1,000 tendrils king in the air. You're also a demon, so why do you become a lackey of humans and oppose us demons? The 1,000 tendrils king suddenly discovered that he had completely underestimated Li Qingshan's strength. He did not need to undergo the third heavenly tribulation. He was already a demon king right now, and he had to sacrifice over a dozen more tentacles to block the streak of light. Bastard, don't put me on the same level as you. Tiger's Fang in Li Qingshan's hand conveniently recovered its blood-red light. It became even more bloodthirsty and thirsty. It was not as precious as the sea-splitting sword. It did not care whether it was the corrupted blood of demonfolk or not. As long as it was blood, it was fine. It was not picky at all. What a blade! Li Qingshan praised. Although he had used Tiger's Fang plenty of times in the past, it would usually only be 3 strikes. After 3 strikes, it would no longer be of much use, and he would even have to expend his own blood. Only now did it truly unleash its wonders. Enemies with huge bodies and powerful regenerative abilities were basically the best targets for him to test his blade on. Shrill whistles rang out by his ears. The tentacles danced about madly, lashing towards Li Qingshan like long whips. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He stood still and did not move at all. 100 streaks of blade aura shot out like 100 flowers. When the tentacles fell in, they seemed to enter a meat grinder, being ground to pieces. Demon blood poured down, sucked clean in the air. Every streak of blade aura sucked the demon blood as it cut through the tentacles, allowing him to instantly recover. He swung his blade even faster than usual, actually seeming like he had swung out 100 times at the same time. Moreover, every single strike was even more powerful than Yi Duanhai's sword qi. As a result, the 1,000 tendrils king was unable to approach him even though he had many tentacles. Haha, I really should use the blade. Li Qingshan's blade style still had traces of the path of the sword in the beginning, but they gradually vanished completely. He unleashed them as he wished, moving freely and freely. As Yi Duanhai recovered his strength, he sighed in amazement inside. This kid already seemed extremely powerful normally, but he was even more impressive in battle. Suddenly, he thought of something and warned, "Be careful." The 1,000 tendrils king, who had been hovering in the air without moving the entire time, suddenly smashed towards Li Qingshan's head with a speed that did not match his colossal body. A huge eye opened up on the ball of flesh. It was completely blood-red, interweaving into strange demonic patterns. It stared at Li Qingshan and radiated with powerful demonic intent. Li Qingshan paused, and 1,000 tentacles swarmed down, drowning him out. In that instant, rocks flew everywhere, and the barren mountain shook violently. I've been too careless. How can a demon king be so easy to deal with? Yi Duanhai had suffered from this move before, so he was constantly on guard. He dared not use his full strength. He drew his sword and was about to lend a hand when a metallic hum suddenly rang out from the entangling tentacles. Nice ball. Li Qingshan's figure expanded, turning into a towering demon. He broke free from the tentacles and unfurled his pitch-black, iron-like arms, grabbing the falling ball of flesh firmly and hefting it on his shoulders. Boom! Li Qingshan's feet sank in. The barren mountain seemed to turn into a small slope, immediately collapsing. Li Qingshan's waist bent down, and the sound of metal twisting rang out from his bones. However, he possessed the strength of the earth. His strength came from the ground and was endless. He held off the 1,000 tendrils king firmly. After the 1,000 tendrils king's tentacles were severed, they would always regrow very quickly, wrapping around Li Qingshan layer by layer to kill him. The sharp barbs pierced through his skin, injecting the venom of the demon domain. Yi Duanhai glanced around and suddenly discovered a beautiful woman in simple clothes had appeared above the Thousand Tendrils King at a certain time. Even he had almost failed to sense her. She was not just concealing her presence. Instead, she had no presence at all, like a piece of withered wood. Pale white flames burned in the depths of Little An's clear eyes. She held a shiny, white-boned sword in her hand. That sword. With his sharp understanding of the path of the sword, Yi Duanhai immediately sensed that the sword in Little An's hand was different. It did not give off a particularly sharp aura, but it made him feel a sense of fear for some reason. He could not allow that sword to harm him. Little An swung the sword casually without any presence at all, as if she was writing or painting. Not only had she studied the Buddhist Dharma with the divine nun of the South Sea over a decade ago, but she had also completely comprehended and fused the path of the sword from the cursive sword calligraphy, which even left a great sword cultivator like Yi Duanhai in amazement. The Buddha-slaying sword stabbed into the Thousand Tendrils King's body. Compared to his colossal body, it was only equivalent to a thin needle, and the wound was no different from the eye of a needle. Ah! The Thousand Tendrils King let out a miserable cry. With his regenerative abilities, even if Yi Duanhai and Li Qingshan slashed him, they would not be able to harm him, much less behave like this. However, after receiving a gentle strike from Little An, he was like a punctured balloon, rapidly withering away. Demon blood and demon qi sprayed out from the tiny eye of a needle. Chapter 942. I'll kill you. Little An said indifferently. His clothes drifted about as he flickered, avoiding the entangling tendrils and drawing his sword back. The Buddha-slaying sword in his hand was just as translucent and bone-white as before. It did not seem to possess any power, but the damage it caused was even more lethal than Yi Duanhai's strike. In terms of quality, the Buddha-slaying sword could not even match up to the sea-splitting sword that Yi Duanhai had refined for many years. It could not produce such magnificent light, nor could it vary as much. It was only extraordinarily tough and sharp. Only after ripping apart the enemy's body could its power be demonstrated. Even if it was just an insignificant scratch, it would become a fatal injury. Li Qingshan faced him head-on, drawing his attention, while Little An used this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and deal a fatal strike. This was a tacit understanding they had developed ever since they roamed the Jianghu. It was still effective against a demon king right now. Well said. Li Qingshan pressed down hard with his hands, and the power of tremors whistled out. Immediately, many illusionary, black cracks appeared around his hands. Wherever the cracks reached, the tendrils all snapped. The Thousand Tendrils King rapidly shrank. He could no longer regenerate his severed tendrils. Not only did he have to suppress the terrifying sword wound, but he also had to fend off Li Qingshan's terrifying power of the ox demon. Arg! A crack suddenly appeared on the huge ball of flesh, like a huge mouth. There was even a tongue in there, producing a sharp but soundless howl at Li Qingshan. Invisible waves of demonic consciousness spread out in all directions. The demon folk on the barren mountain all collapsed, their souls forcefully ripped apart. In the surrounding jungle, demon monkeys fell from the treetops. All the creatures within a range of 100 kilometers died on the spot. Even Yi Duanhai felt his soul receive a powerful blow. He dismissed his thoughts in a hurry. The Thousand Tendrils King sensed life-threatening danger. He was about to throw his life away. Li Qingshan felt his head buzz. His ears rang, and his soul surged. The Thousand Tendrils King used this opportunity to extend his huge tongue and lick Li Qingshan's face viciously. He licked away half of his face, revealing his hideous facial bones. What delicious flesh and blood. I will remember your taste. Your name is Li Qingshan. Don't worry, I will not forget this enmity. I will let you see your loved ones die in front of you one by one. As the Thousand Tendrils King cursed viciously, he rapidly fell towards the demon cavern. In an instant, more than half of his body entered the demon cavern. You want to escape? Li Qingshan punched down, the billowing demonic aura transformed into the power of vibration. The punch landed on the void, and cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. It was as if a painting had been shattered, and even the moonlight was split apart. Impossible. The Thousand Tendrils King was terrified. A power that could destroy space was extremely rare even among demon kings. How could a fellow who had not even undergone the second heavenly tribulation do it? With this inconceivable feeling, his body split into hundreds of pieces. Originally, the current Li Qingshan did not have the ability to shatter the void. Even if he underwent another heavenly tribulation, he could only make those illusory spatial cracks a little more visible. This was because the space of a world was extremely stable. If it was that easy to shatter, the world would have been torn apart long ago. The crux was that the demon cavern was a passageway that connected two worlds. The space was extremely unstable. Li Qingshan had used this move before to kill the Corpse King from the Hungry Ghost realm. Now, he was merely using the same trick again. Haha, great strength creates miracles. Li Qingshan was very satisfied with the effect of this punch. Even he did not dare to touch those black spatial cracks. You can't kill me. I will return. Every piece of the Thousand Tendrils King's flesh turned into a brand new ball of flesh. They opened hundreds of eyes and stared at Li Qingshan viciously. The hundreds of mouths spoke at the same time. Just like that, they passed through the collapsed demon cavern and escaped towards the demon domain. Then come back. Gravity of the earth. Li Qingshan spread his hands and used his ability. If the Thousand Tendrils King was still a single entity, then even Li Qingshan might not have been able to keep him busy with his colossal body and tough body. However, now that he had split into several hundred pieces, he was nowhere close to fending him off. The several hundred balls of flesh were pulled over by an invisible force, flying out of the demon cavern again. Every single eye was filled with fear now. Boom, 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 boom. Li Qingshan punched out with both fists, shattering the space around the demon cavern even more. He diced the several hundred balls of flesh into thousands of pieces. Little and used this opportunity to swing the blood sea banner. A river of blood swept up the pieces of flesh one by one. The skull prayer beads scattered in the air, turning into skulls that spat out the samdi flames of white bone as they cackled. The pieces of flesh were either sucked into the river of blood or set alight by the samdi flames of white bone. Their colossal bodies and powerful flesh became the best resources for the path of white bone and great beauty. The river of blood surged and the flames roared, swallowing the corpses of countless demon folk on the barren mountain. By the time Little and stowed the blood sea banner away and Li Qingshan had reverted to human form, the surroundings had already become clean. There was not a single demon folk to be seen. The lonely moon shone with clear light, landing on the barren mountain. Only the two giant footprints and the countless shattered spatial rifts were proof that a battle had taken place. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and stretched his arms. Demon kings aren't that difficult to kill. However, he also understood that the huge ball of flesh had first been weakened by Yi Duanhai, then suffered a sneak attack from Little An, and in the end, Li Qingshan had blasted open a spatial crack. Its original path of escape had become a fatal trap. It had suffered from the right timing, geographical location, and people. It would be difficult for it to survive even if it wanted to. Yi Duanhai, who was watching the battle, was stunned too. He had clashed with the Thousand Tendrils King several times, but he had not even managed to force him into the demon cavern, much less kill him. He had actually been finished off cleanly by Li Qingshan and Little and when they worked together. He could not help but find it a little unreal. After calming down and imagining it, if he had been encircled and ambushed by them instead, his life would also be in danger. Of course, if Yi Duanhai threw all caution to the wind, he could force the Thousand Tendrils King into dire straits. However, the Thousand Tendrils King would definitely drag someone down with him before he died, and that would be almost certain death. It was impossible for Yi Duanhai to perish together with his enemy. No cultivator would do that either. The main reason why Li Qingshan was bold enough to face the Thousand Tendrils King head-on was because of the Phoenix's Nerva. If you're bold enough to perish together with me, I'm bold enough to die with you once. Alright, one down. Li Qingshan returned to Yi Duanhai. Thank you for weakening this bastard, Pavilion Master Yi, which was why we could kill him successfully. Otherwise, just the formation alone would be enough of a headache. There's no need to be so polite. Even without me, you can still kill him. Yi Duanhai could not help but reevaluate Li Qingshan and Little An. During the battle on Fire Melt Mountain, Li Qingshan had spent most of the time working with Gong Yuan, while Little An had never taken action. Although he had played a crucial role in the victory of the battle, only now had he completely demonstrated his strength, so he could not help but take him seriously. Though, I do have a request. I hope you won't make the exact details of what happened tonight known, Pavilion Master Yi. It might come in handy against the demon kings of the other demon caverns. Do you think I'm a talkative person? Yi Duanhai had realized a long time ago that what Little An used was definitely not a Buddhist technique, or in other words, the two of them did not seem like Buddhist disciples at all. They had far too many secrets that they did not wish for others to learn about. Compared to demon folk, they were probably even more reluctant for the Chan monastery of Nga to learn about them. Chapter 943. Why have you come here? Yi Duanhai hesitated, but he still could not hold back his doubts in the end. To help her cultivate. Li Qingshan pointed at the collapsed mountain. Little An bathed in the moonlight, currently cultivating with her eyes closed, digesting the 1,000 tendrils king and the demon folk. Beneath her inhumanly beautiful face would appear a vicious skeleton from time to time, but it was only a fleeting glance. Even with Yi Duanhai's cultivation, he was unable to see it clearly. However, he was 100% certain that it was a powerful demonic art, and the white bone sword was definitely not used to protect the Buddhist Dharma. I see. And I had thought you also had the heart to uphold justice and purge demons. Yi Duanhai said in a self-deprecating manner. Hoping that two existences that had transcended the boundaries of humans would have thoughts like that was a little presumptuous. However, the reason why he asked this was because he felt a sense of worry, or even a hint of fear. The soaring Locust King had already proven in the Green Province just what kind of destruction a great demon could cause once they decided to wreak havoc. Once the two of them completely matured, they would probably be even more terrifying than 10 soaring Locust Kings. By then, with just a single thought, they could influence the entire world of the 9 provinces. There were in the past, but as for now, there's not much left. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. Who hadn't dreamed of being a chivalrous hero? They wanted to use their swords to uphold justice in the world. However, as they grew stronger and stronger and stood taller and taller, they instead felt like they could only control themselves. Let me treat you to a drink. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Originally, he thought Yi Duanhai would bid farewell in silence, so he smiled. All right. Now that you mention it, I've realized it's already been over a decade since I've had a drink. The two of them sat down on the lush crown of a large tree and took out 2 jars of alcohol to drink. They conversed slightly. An hour later, Little An stopped cultivating and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Yi Duanhai had already bid farewell, shooting off as a streak of light. The hot, moist night wind of the south blew past the crown of the trees. The trees swayed and rustled. What did he say? Little An asked. Nothing much. Just a few words of advice. He's probably afraid I'll fall into the wrong path. Is it useful? You know, I've never liked to use my brain, and I can't think of complicated things like good and evil. I only know that I'll mess with whoever wants to mess with me, and I'll mess with whoever I don't like. In short, there's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. How's that? Simple enough, right? Li Qingshan had once struggled with the dual identity of a human and a demon. In the end, he understood that standing on his own side was always the right thing to do. He simply blurred out the various identities and did what he wanted to do. Yes. Little An smiled faintly. Her ethereal eyes rippled with the moonlight, revealing her trust from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, she did not need to worry about good and evil, Buddha and the devil. She only needed to accompany him on a very simple path. Let's go to the next demon den, Qingshan. If this continues, I might be one step ahead of you. Little An was confident that the accumulation of her Tao heart was already sufficient. All she lacked was resources. As long as she continued to devour and absorb, she would soon be able to cross that threshold and transcend the third heavenly tribulation. That would be for the best. Though, I won't fall too far behind either. Li Qingshan knew he was currently fatigued after over a decade of valiant progress. Killing demon folk could be regarded as a form of relaxation. Little Anne, on the other hand, had built up her foundation, so there was a great opportunity for her to break through. However, no matter who broke through first, their strength would increase qualitatively. The wonders of the path of white bone and great beauty were probably no weaker than the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Let alone everything else, just the skull prayer beads alone would allow her to continue refining them after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. Every single skeleton demon would possess the strength of a demon king. Even if they were extremely weak demon kings, they did not have so many tricks up their sleeves. However, when several dozen of them swarmed together and worked together, just who in the world could stop them? Who's there? Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and raised his head to bellow. An invisible wind swept out, and a depression appeared in the sea of trees, expanding in all directions. A mountain of clouds in the sky collapsed and dispersed, and a familiar figure appeared. Divine Nun of the South Sea. Master. The Divine Nun of the South Sea brought her palms together. She was still dressed in the same shabby, black robes as before. A sliver of sorrow and fury appeared on her plain and stern face as she stared straight at Little and Divine Nun. Why have you come? Why aren't you lending a hand when you're watching us purge the demons? Li Qingshan found the situation rather troublesome, so he chose to strike first. One will. Just what cultivation method do you practice? Who are you exactly? The Divine Nun of the South Sea did not answer his question, asking sternly instead. Little Anne wanted to say something. An apologetic and sorrowful expression appeared on his face, but as soon as he met the Divine Nun of the South Sea's gaze, his expression melted like snow, recovering his expressionless appearance. He knew any explanation would be useless. At most, Yi Duanhai felt that this was an evil or demonic cultivation method, but as one of the few great Buddhist cultivators in the world, it was impossible for the Divine Nun of the South Sea to not sense the disobedience and blasphemy towards the Buddhist Dharma. It was probably even more despicable than demon folk who could not distinguish right from wrong. Demon folk were only enemies, but she was a traitor of Buddhism, just like the white-bone bodhisattva. Nice. You've hidden yourself so well. We've been together for so many years, yet I actually failed to see through your true face, and I even wanted to take you in as my successor. The Divine Nun of the South Sea laughed from extreme anger, feeling even more sorrowful. She had not come here by chance. She had specially searched for Little Anne. Although she had been busy suppressing the demon plague in the past 2 years, she still cared very much about this disciple of hers. She would go to Savage Mountain to look for him whenever she had the time. Although she was a step too late, she still managed to find him through the decree she had left on Little Anne. It was a prayer bead similar to the one the unraging monk had given to Li Qingshan. Not only could it call for reinforcements, but it could also protect his life. It could unleash the precept of the 4 parts equivalent to her full strength. Even if she encountered a third heavenly tribulation opponent, she could block it for a while, allowing her to rush over and save him. Little Anne wanted to learn the Buddhist Dharma from the Divine Nun of the South Sea, so she obviously could not accept it or remove it as she pleased. However, she never expected her to come at a time like this. After all, no matter how meticulous she was, it was impossible for her to calculate everything, let alone the fact that she was a great cultivator. Please calm down, Abbess. Little Anne didn't do it on purpose either, Li Qingshan shrugged. It was impossible for any secret to remain hidden forever, let alone his own strength. His identity as a demon was still a taboo to him many years ago, but now, it had already leaked everywhere. A lot of people knew about it. Little Anne's avatar of white bone beneath her great beauty was no different. However, he did not find this to be a big deal. After all, Little Anne had not used mortals for cultivation. Just now, the battle had truly purged demons and defended the righteous path. However, he discovered very soon that he had still underestimated people of religion. Shut up. Li Qingshan, so many years have passed. Do you really think I know nothing? The Green Province isn't the Mist Province, and the Chan Monastery of Devaranga doesn't want diamonds either. Even the Golden Cicada Spirit King was expelled in the past, let alone you. Thank you for keeping my secret, Divine Nun. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. If it weren't for, sigh. The Divine Nun of the South Sea let out a sorrowful sigh. Originally, she wanted to say it was for the sake of little Anne, but she had touched her sore spot again. She had wandered the South Sea for many years. If it were not for little Anne, who was considering how to accept her as a disciple, she would never have paid attention to the Chan Monastery of Devaranga 50,000 kilometers away. Although she had sensed that there was something off about Li Qingshan's identity, she did not find the bloodline of diamonds particularly unacceptable as she came from the Mist Province. After all, even the Bodhisattvas of the West had diamonds as mounts. It was a good thing for them to convert to Buddhism. Since you can keep a secret for a demon like me, Abbess, then little Anne can be regarded as a proper Buddhist disciple. Even if he secretly practices some demonic arts, he still has a good heart. Look, we just killed a demon king earlier. Li Qingshan did his best to defend little Anne, not because he was afraid of the Divine Nun of the South Sea, but because he felt very embarrassed. After all, the Divine Nun of the South Sea had always treated little Anne rather well. If she treated little Anne well, then she treated him well. As a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grievances, he did not want to fall out with someone who had helped him. Shut up. Don't ever mention the words Buddhist disciple again. Our Buddhist school is vast, but we don't have a disciple like that. The Divine Nun of the South Sea pointed at little Anne and became stricter and stricter, radiating with an invisible pressure that made even Li Qingshan's breathing halt. That was not just power, but the spirit of a successor of laws as well. Can you still be reasonable? It's our fault for lying to you, but we also have our own difficulties. Can't killing a few demon kings and saving millions of lives make up for it? Chapter 944. The Divine Nun of the South Sea stood above the clouds and among the stars, gazing at the two diamonds with indescribable fury and disgust. Unlike Li Qingshan, a secular disciple, only little Anne who had ventured deeply into Buddhism understood what the path of white bone and great beauty meant. That was a true enemy of the Buddha. It revolted against Buddhism from the very beginning, even more so than diamonds and demon folk. No Buddhist cultivator could tolerate it, let alone the Divine Nun of the South Sea who originated from the school of Vinaya. Any explanation would be superfluous. She made an absolutely rational decision in a split second. Apart from matters related to Li Qingshan, she had never experienced any emotional fluctuations. She would kill the Divine Nun of the South Sea right here. Little Anne met the Divine Nun of the South Sea's gaze calmly. Her clear, deep eyes were emotionless. There was neither regret, nor any so-called guilt. This was a temperament that the Divine Nun of the South Sea had once praised greatly, but now, she only felt her heart grow colder. Although they had not spoken a single word, Li Qingshan already understood little Anne's plans. However, this was definitely not the outcome he wanted to see. He had always been particular about distinguishing between kindness and grievances. He would always seek revenge, but he would never owe anyone anything. Yes, there's no need to say anything more. One will, come back to the South Sea with me. Swear to never leave the Clear Precept Nunnery, and you still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, it won't just be the Chan Monastery of Devaranga. All the Buddhist disciples in the world will be your enemy. The Divine Nun of the South Sea let out a long sigh and said resolutely, recovering her solemn expression. Golden, totem-like Sanskrit characters appeared on the back of little Anne's right hand. It was a decree the Divine Nun of the South Sea had left behind. The decree glowed with a hazy, resplendent, golden mist, which extended from the back of her hand and enveloped her entire body. Immediately, all of her powers were restrained. The Divine Nun of the South Sea had never thought the straw she had left her with in the past would become a shackle that bound her. When she recalled everything that had happened over a decade ago, her heart ached slightly. She sighed. Don't worry, I'll be there with you until the day you realize your error. Little Anne was still calm and expressionless. Perhaps she couldn't be considered callous, but she was truly emotionless. As the hazy golden light spread, a pale white flame silently burned under her white clothes. With a loud bang, it broke through the bindings of the golden light. She had already turned into a sparkling white skeleton. As for that decree, it was still tightly attached to the bones of her hand like a maggot in a tarsal bone. However, it was only a remnant trace, as if it was a kind of obsession. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it gently, erasing the last trace. It was also a break. Wretched disciple, you, the divine nun of the South Sea said in exasperation. Master, I've studied under you for many years. Just a law decree isn't enough to control me, and I won't be restricted by you, Little and calmly said. She, who had turned into bones, appeared even more cold and emotionless. If that's the case, then let's have a showdown. Let me see just how impressive your demonic arts are. The divine nun of the South Sea waved her hand, and a ring of light appeared behind her, shining with majestic and dignified light. Divine nun, why must you push us so hard? It's not like we've done anything outrageous. Are you going to kill us all just because of a cultivation method? Li Qingshan still could not understand. One will, I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming back with me? The divine nun of the South Sea completely ignored him. She only asked Little Anne. Before Little Anne could answer, Li Qingshan called out, Don't even think about it. All right then. Today, I'll purge the demons and clean up the sect. A tattered Buddhist scripture appeared in the divine nun of the South Sea's hand. She began reciting it sternly. Her voice was ancient and awkward. The desire to guard against evil. The prohibition of the 4 demons. The path that transcends the world. No precepts, no grandeur. This is the essence of the 3 elements. The cave of all benevolence. The school of Vinaya isn't skilled in battle. It focuses more on restraining rather than directly injuring the enemy. The divine nun of the South Sea rarely clashed with others either. She's not even as powerful as the 1,000 Tendrils King. If we work together, we should have over a 50% chance of killing her, Little Anne communicated. The Buddha slaying sword was already in her hand. Li Qingshan grabbed Little Anne's hand and pulled her behind him. She's been very kind to you. Don't do anything. If we don't eliminate this person, there'll be endless problems in the future. Little Anne could obviously understand what he was thinking. She could only understand what he was thinking. However, if they did not kill the divine nun of the South Sea today, their secret would definitely spread across the world. His plan to return to the Green Province would come to a premature end before it had even begun. We work hard to become stronger. Not only do we have to do what we want to do, but we also have to not do what we don't want to do. Leave this to me. I'll teach this old nun a lesson and make her wake up. Li Qingshan smiled at Little Anne. He did not blame her for her decision. However, he would not change his principles so easily for the sake of the pros and cons. Little Anne nodded gently. She would support all of his decisions. At this moment, the divine nun of the South Sea's chanting became even louder. The entire region became solemn and solemn. Li Qingshan and Little Anne were like 2 criminals, awaiting the judge's verdict. However, Li Qingshan was not one to admit his guilt. He laughed aloud. Divine nun, eat my punch first. Immediately, he turned into a scarlet streak of light and shot off. Precept of the 4 parts equals body of precept. The halo behind the divine nun of the South Sea shone brightly as she pointed at Li Qing. Buddhist light enveloped him, and a string of prayer beads suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's hand. He donned a set of monk's robes, and his scarlet hair drifted about. He completed the process of tonsure and ordination. Benevolence immediately filled his heart, repenting for all his malice. Divine nun, don't forget that I'm also half a Buddhist disciple, nor do I have any intentions of harming you. I only hope that we can calm down and talk. Li Qingshan paused slightly before continuing on his way. His mind had been tempered in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's illusions, and he had the spirit turtle to suppress his mind. The divine nun of the South Sea's techniques were profound, but they were not particularly effective against him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the divine nun of the South Sea and threw a punch. Precepts of the 4 parts equals precept. The divine nun of the South Sea chanted as she formed a seal with her hands and swung them at Li Qingshan. Immediately, Li Qingshan felt his demon qi disperse. He could not even use the power of tremors. All of his abilities and techniques were useless. However, he agreed with Little An's view more and more. The techniques of the school of Vinaya really were not suitable for open battles, especially in one-on-one battles. Even without abilities, his strength of the ox demon was nothing to be trifled with. It lacked some sharpness and murderousness, but the power was solid, without any falseness at all. In the nick of time, the divine nun of the South Sea took out a simple disciplinary ruler and swung it at Li Qingshan's head. If he were a regular great cultivator, he would be in danger of having his head splattered, but to Li Qingshan, even if he took it head-on, it would not be fatal. Just like what Little An said, the divine nun of the South Sea isn't even as great as the demon king when it comes to killing. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on the divine nun of the South Sea's face. Her hand seal changed again, and she said sternly, "Precepts of the four parts equals precept." Li Qingshan's body stiffened. He was immobilized, but he did not mind. The effects of the precepts would not last for too long. Even if he allowed the divine nun of the South Sea to attack him as she pleased, she would not even be able to rebirth him once. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.